automatically. So yes, I just give Linas the word right now, and I hope you will enjoy this small event. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Sonia. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all and meet you all. And I would just quite a few things were already mentioned, so I will just make it quite briefly. Just I wanted to make a short introduction to the theme of the workshop and how we came to it. So what are or what could be familiarity and togetherness, and why did we pick this topic? So in very broad terms, the sense of familiarity could be defined as a sense of having experienced something before, and it's strictly connected to the fluency of a particular process. And it's sometimes even associated with a positive feeling of warmth. Whereas the sense of togetherness is the sense of us or we living, acting, or feeling together, as opposed to living, acting, or feeling personally on one's own. And so this theme of the workshop has in a way forced itself on us. So in March 2020, Sonia has received this very kind invitation to edit the special issue of the Method journal. And then she invited Simone and myself to collaborate on this project. And then we thought it would be actually a good idea to organize a workshop related to that special issue. So that was that. But then, as many of you, I'm sure, remember, March 2020 was also the time that we were in the middle of the first wave of our first round of COVID lockdowns, which transformed our daily lives quite significantly. So social distancing was introduced. Many had to isolate at their homes, and our social life and social encounters with the others turned to online quite radically. And then, so all of a sudden, there was this great deal of unfamiliarity and uncertainty in how we live and do things with the others. And so it happens so as well that familiarity and togetherness are the topics of our research. So then we thought it would actually be an important and interesting moment to revisit and discuss the relationship between these two notions. And so we did. And now I say revisit just because it's certainly not a new topic. And as many of you already know, I'm sure, the classical phenomenologists have thematized the close relationship between the familiarity and togetherness in their discussion of the homeworld, which they see as a domain of familiarity and shared culture. So we thought it would be interesting to see contemporary interpretations of those classical phenomenological discussions of the home world and the alien world, and their relationships between familiarity and togetherness. Now, also, the familiarity and togetherness have since been analyzed independently from this notion of home world and also from one another. So, for example, familiarity has been discussed as this epistemic feeling informing the subject about the fluency of her experiential flow. And although the notion of familiarity is not as prevalent in the contemporary debate of collective intentionality, there is this great emphasis on the terms closely related to it, such as similarity, group member prototypes, or habituality. So we thought it would be quite exciting to see how these somewhat independent discussions of familiarity and togetherness could enrich one another. And then finally, we were interested in looking into some more concrete cases in which the relationship between the familiarity and togetherness would be salient and productive, both in positive and negative ways. So as I mentioned, the COVID pandemic has brought such cases as social distancing and online sociality with itself. But as we will see and learn in this workshop, it's also highly relevant in such domains as language understanding and healthcare contexts, such as relationships with dementia patients. So to wrap up, so in this workshop and this special issue, we wanted to revisit the notions of familiarity, togetherness, and the relationships from the perspectives of contemporary research. And so we are extremely happy to have such a great panel today and tomorrow to discuss all of this from 8 exciting perspectives. So without further ado, I would suggest we should move to the discussions.
Thanks a lot, Linus, for this nice thematically introduction. Just a couple of words. Do some of you know about Miko? If he's coming directly at 11, I don't know. I don't know if he has problems with the links or something like this. We don't know. Okay,
Go see if he's in the office. I'll go check quickly.
Thank you, Lucy. Just to know if he has technical problems or something like this, because okay, thanks. Thank you very much. Okay, before until we wait for Lucy, I just wanted to thank you again for being here. I know it's a weekend, but yeah, it was supposed to be in Padova. So I mean, the weekend vibes in Padova were thought to be kind of different.
Next time.
Next time, yeah, for sure we do it next time. I mean, and in spring, so that we can also enjoy the sun together. So I'm the chair of the first session. I think we can just get started. And I just want to underline once more the different points of view we are using for discussing those two topics, familiarity and togetherness. So you will see in our program is kind of various. We have different speakers from different international universities, and they are all focused on different aspects of those problems. So the most important thing we wanted to communicate with our work and with our issue of Metodo is that familiarity and togetherness are two concepts which are very complex, and it's kind of impossible or barely impossible to give a unified definition of them. So just to very briefly wrap up the program, we'll have today the first chair with Jérôme Dokic and Miko Salmela. And then we'll have a break. We didn't specify which kind of break. You can have a coffee or whatever you want. It's an online event, so we are free to do whatever we want. Afterwards, we have the second chair with Simone Aurora, the co-organizer, and Lucy Osler. Simone Aurora will concentrate on Aaron Woolwich philosophy, and Lucy on familiarity, togetherness online. So as you can see, we have different perspectives on the two topics and also different approaches. As Professor Rametta nicely underlined in his introduction, we have both continental and analytical discussion of the problems. And then we conclude the session, this Friday session, with Luna Dolezal. And we have then our third session tomorrow. I will start it with my talk on familiarity and forms of life. Then we have Francesca Ervas, which will talk about feeling the extraordinary in ordinary language and linguistic intimacy, together with familiarity, and Erik Norman Zwieserholzen, who will talk about familiarity and togetherness in dementia diseases in connection to the concept of Selbstverständlichkeit. So we have a kind of bunt gemischt, as you can say in German. So we have a very various program. And it's time to start right now. I think I can give the word to Jérôme Dokic, which is our first speaker. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Jérôme is professor at the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales. I hope I'm pronouncing correctly, in Paris.
Yes.
And member, yeah, I do, okay. And member of the Institute Janicot. His research topics are mainly focused on cognitive sciences and situated cognition in connection to with perception, memory, and imagination. He also researches on affective phenomenology, so the affective side of experience, and he investigates also those kind of sentiments like familiarity, certainty in pathologies, so in connection with pathologies. So we thought it could be a good idea to start our investigations on familiarity and togetherness with this talk, which is called Variations on Familiarity in Self-Transcendent Experiences. So we will just introduce the first topic of our workshop. So thank you very much, Jérôme. You have 1 hour, so feel free to manage your time as you like it. And thanks again for being here today.
Thanks to you and to the two other organizers. I mean, very nice to meet you. And of course, it's a shame I can't be in Padova, but yeah, maybe next time things will be better. So I have a presentation, so I share my so does it work?
Yes, I mean, I can see it.
So you can see my slides now.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So yeah, I have probably too many slides. So, but I'm going to present more like a picture of an issue I'm interested in, more than I mean the detailed arguments for my claims. But I'm going to start my presentation with a framework to deal with feelings of familiarity and unfamiliarity. So it's a three-tiered cognitive architecture that we'll sketch in the beginning of the talk. In a nutshell, feelings of familiarity or unfamiliarity are metacognitive feelings whose contents are enriched by spontaneous narrative elaborations. And then I will move to that notion of self-transcendent experiences, a notion that was discussed recently in cognitive and social psychology. I will give, of course, a few examples of these kinds of experience. And the claim here is that central types, maybe not all, but many self-transcendent experiences can actually be described as involving feelings of familiarity and or unfamiliarity. Then I will move to the issue of the valence of these experiences, and I will try to argue that the valence of self-transcendent experiences is best explained in terms of the valence of feelings of familiarity or unfamiliarity. Then I will try to explain what makes self-transcendent experiences specific, different from ordinary feelings of familiarity or unfamiliarity. And I think one important difference is that self-transcendent experiences are directed at the whole world rather than directed at specific objects in the world. And then finally, but I'm sorry to say it will be quite short, I will say something about the other topic of the workshop, which is togetherness. And I will try to explain why, although, as some people think at least, self-transcendent experiences are essentially solitary experiences. Actually, they have pro-social consequences, so they are actually meaningful in terms of the implications they have for our cognitive and epistemic and life and existence. So let me start with the first part, a three-tiered cognitive architecture. So I assume that there is something like the feeling of familiarity, a kind of affective experience, if you wish, which signals whether one knows something which can be a person, a thing, an event, and so on and so forth. So signal whether the subject knows something from before or is somehow close or intimate or connected with that thing. And as a conscious feeling, the feeling of familiarity signals only unexpected familiarity. So when familiarity is expected, there might not be a distinctive conscious feeling. So the phenomenology of expected familiarity is rather discrete, rather mild compared to the phenomenology of unexpected familiarity. So the more familiarity is unexpected, the more probably the affective experience will be intense. And I will also assume here, without actually defending that claim, I will assume that there is something like the feeling of unfamiliarity, which is not the same as the absence of the feeling of familiarity. So the feeling of unfamiliarity signals whether something is unknown to the subject and somehow strange, aloof, or disconnected from that thing, from the subject. And I think the feeling of unfamiliarity, although there are a few data on this, a few empirical data on this, is also sensitive to the subject expectations, but we can discuss that if you wish later. Now, both from a cognitive science point of view, both feelings of familiarity and unfamiliarity are or belong to a more general category, which is the category of experiences of self-relevance. So something is felt to be positively or negatively related to oneself. So in the specific case of the feelings of familiarity or unfamiliarity, the self-relevance is of an epistemic nature. I mean, something is felt to be positively or negatively epistemically related to oneself. So for instance, I mean, the feeling of familiarity says something like, this is relevant to what I know or what I should know, so on and so forth. And neuroscience has suggested that in general, self-referential processing, which underlie this experience of self-relevance, is associated with greater activity in a part of the brain. Actually, it's a distributed network in the brain, which is called the default mode network, which is activated if the subject experiences self-relevance, whether positive or negative. And as you may know, I mean, the default mode network seems to have a variety of functions, including mind wandering, stimulus-independent thoughts, mental time travel, and some forms of social cognition. But in general, self-relevance is what the default mode network seems to be sensitive to. And actually, in an analysis of pathological feelings of familiarity and unfamiliarity in syndromes such as Capgras syndrome or Frigolet's syndrome, Philip Gerrans, and I will actually use his analysis and extend it to self-transcendent experiences later. Gerrans describes the default mode network as, I quote, essentially a mechanism for constructing the elements of personal narratives. So thanks to that network, the subject can, I'm still quoting Philip Gerrans, can build a narrative context, a story which fits the experience and locates the subject in relation to it and provides a necessary subjective perspective on experiences, locating them in personally and or socially compelling narratives. And Gerrans observes that the elaboration of spontaneous self-narratives, perhaps via the default mode network, by the way, yes, I cite neuroscience here, but I can also, use the distinction between spontaneous self-narratives and decontextualized thought, which actually is a way of representing what can be the same information, which is represented in the self-narratives in a neutral or a more impartial way. And there are data in neuroscience suggesting that actually the capacity for decontextualized thought is underlined by different functional networks in the brain. So actually, Gerhard's used this kind of, so the schema is mine, actually, it's not Gerhard's, but it's an interpretation of rendering, if you wish, of some of what Gerhard says about feelings of hyperfamiliarity, for instance, in Fregoli syndrome, or feelings of hypofamiliarity in Fregoli. It's the reverse, sorry. The feelings of hyperfamiliarity in Fregoli syndrome. In Fregoli syndrome, everything seems familiar, or maybe something which should be unfamiliar is actually felt to be familiar. And in Capgras syndrome, as you probably know, it's the reverse. I mean, someone who should be familiar, should feel familiar, actually feels unfamiliar, perhaps estranged from oneself, and so on and so forth. So we have feelings of unfamiliarity which trigger spontaneous self-narratives, which might be underlined by the default mode network, which might produce spontaneous décès beliefs. Okay, for example, in Capgras syndrome, you have something like that person is unknown to me, so I feel that this person is unknown to me, and that triggers self-narratives such as this person is an impostor, she has been replaced by a robot or something like that. And these self-narratives can be evaluated by a more objective or impartial thought. And perhaps if the subject is not deluded, the subject might actually, in contrast to what happens in Capgras syndrome, the subject might actually have a different belief, the belief that it's just an illusion, and I just have the impression that that person is an impostor, but actually that's just the fault of my experience, and it's not how the world actually is. But if decontextualized thought is fails, like in Capgras syndrome, then of course the spontaneous beliefs based on self-narratives might be eventually endorsed by the subject in some form or other. And so the three-tiered is, the generation of feelings of familiarity or unfamiliarity. The second tier is a spontaneous elaboration of self-narratives, and the third tier is, the more cold evaluation of what the self-narratives explain about the experience of familiarity or unfamiliarity. And that kind of cognitive architecture actually does not tell us what the division of labor is between the contents of the feelings of familiarity or unfamiliarity and the contents of the narratives elaborated at the second tier. And one view, again, which I can't actually defend properly, but one view is that actually feelings of familiarity or unfamiliarity themselves have rather poor intrinsic contents and should be considered as largely uninterpreted experiences of epistemic self-relevance. Okay, so these feelings, if you wish, tell the subject, this is known to me, this is not known to me, or this is somehow relevant to me from an epistemic point of view, from the point of view of what I know or what I should know. But then these feelings get interpreted by more specific, more detailed self-narratives. So this is known to me because, for instance, this is my sister, or because this is my student, and so on and so forth. So what they say, I mean, these feelings in themselves about the object, beyond the fact that it bears some positive or negative epistemic relation to oneself, is rather indeterminate. And this view that the contents of feelings of the intrinsic contents of feelings of familiarity or unfamiliarity are rather poor, I think is consonant with research on metacognitive feelings. So many people many psychologists have claimed that feelings of familiarity and unfamiliarity rest on mechanisms monitoring the fluency of cognitive processes. The fluency is the ease with which some information is processed. But then the very same cue which might generate a feeling of familiarity, namely processing fluency, actually can be associated with quite different feeling-based judgments, depending on the context and depending on the interpretation that the subject uses to enrich what he or she is experiencing. So processing fluency can be associated with truth, familiarity, frequency, fame, aesthetic preference, and so on and so forth. So we see that in itself, I mean, the contents of these feelings of familiarity are probably rather of the form, this is known to me, or this is epistemically relevant to me. But then interpretation enters the picture, and then the subject has a richer experience. So it follows that spontaneous self-ascription of feelings of familiarity or unfamiliarity, I mean, what the subjects actually say about their own feelings, might reflect narratives elaborated at the second tier rather than rich experiential contents already available at the first tier. And although these narratives are relatively independent from deliberate or decontextualized thought, it's plausible that they are cognitively penetrated by various social cultural observations, prototypes, cognitive frames, and habits. For instance, I mean, the first person who actually was diagnosed with Capgras syndrome was a Parisian lady who said that his husband, I think, was replaced by an imposter and was actually in the Parisian catacombs. Okay, so that's of course very culturally specific narrative elaboration of the lady's feeling of unfamiliarity or estrangement with respect to husband. Okay, so that's basically the three-tiered cognitive architecture that I will actually presuppose, not really defend. But then I want to introduce the notion of self-transcendent experiences. Naturally, I use the term from social and cognitive psychology. In a couple of papers, David Yaden, Jonathan Haidt is also a co-author of this particular paper I'm quoting here. So these authors call self-transcendent experiences, or STEs in the slides, brief mental episodes that, according to the subjects, I mean, according to what the subjects say, involve two components. An annihilational component, namely ego dissolution, ego loss, or ego death, depending on the terminology in psychology. That is the sense that there are no boundaries anymore between oneself and the rest of the world. And I will give examples in what follows. And the second component is what they call a relational component, namely the sense of connectedness, the sense of being connected to something beyond the self, whether the whole world or maybe the others or significant other. For instance, in the case of love, actually, they cite love as an example of self-transcendent experience. So we'll use this notion, but I will slightly extend this notion to if you wish, a marginal feeling, the feeling that the ordinary boundaries between oneself and the rest of the world, or between inside and outside, have deeply changed. And I think this is a marginal notion, although it's congenial to what Jeden and co-authors actually say in the paper. But I think it's better to have this marginal notion, which covers cases that fall short of ego dissolution. That is, cases in which some distinction between oneself and the world is preserved in experience, what is sometimes called a dualistic experience, ego dissolution being a non-dualistic experience. But I think the notion of self-transcendent experience is compatible with the notion of a dualistic experience. At least some self-transcendent experiences are dualistic, I think. But although this marginal notion covers cases involving feelings of disconnectedness in which the subject is estranged from the world or others. And so these experiences can occur in quite different contexts. It seems we have something in common between very different cases or contexts, religious, mystical, meditative, aesthetic, and probably others. And these experiences can be naturally or artificially induced. They can be naturally induced in the case of the sublime, which is sometimes considered as a self-transcendent experience. Then I don't know, mountains can actually trigger an experience of the sublime, but other self-transcendent experiences can be induced by psychedelic substances and maybe other artificial means. They can but need not have pathological manifestations. I will give a few examples. One example, I think, involving pathological manifestation. And that is important. I mean, they can but need not be endorsed by the subjects. I mean, their contents need not be the contents of official beliefs. Okay, so somebody can say, for instance, I feel I'm one with the universe, but of course I know it's not true. I know that I have a particular place within the world, and I know I'm not one with the universe, but this is the way I felt in such and such circumstances, for instance. So I think we can distinguish between 4 types of self-transcendent experiences. So I call them self-expansion, self-retraction, ego dissolution, and self-translation. So self-expansion is the feeling that one is more extended to the world or others than usual. So that there's a kind of implicit comparison with the, if you wish, ordinary experience. So self-retraction is the experience of feeling less extended in the world than usual. So feeling small and insignificant, for instance. So ego dissolution, as I said, is the feeling that the boundaries between oneself and the rest of the world are not there anymore. I mean, have vanished. And self-translation, I won't talk about this one here, is the feeling that, like in some out-of-body experiences or in some meditative contexts, the feeling that one is, for instance, perceiving the world from a very quite unusual perspective, not the perspective of one's usual bodily self, for instance. And what I'm going to say in what follows now is that at least the first 3 types can be adequately described as involving feelings of familiarity or unfamiliarity. So let me start with a fictional example, actually, but I think it's a fictional example which actually corresponds to a real life experience, which is Musil's other condition. I mean, the andere Zustand in the man without qualities, l'homme sans qualité in French. So Musil describes an exceptional mental state that he calls the other condition, which involves, I quote, secret rising and ebbing of our being with that of things and other people. So he says, I quote again, one participates in things, understands their language. In this condition, understanding is not personal, but extremely personal, like an agreement between subject and object. In these conditions, one really knows everything in advance, and the things merely confirm it. Knowing is re-knowing. Okay, it's clear from this description that the other condition is an experience in which the world or the other, Agath, for instance, in the novel, feels highly familiar to the subject. So the subject in this condition may feel as if she were intimately connected to the world and in harmony with it. As Jacques Bouvresse, one of the best commentators of Musil, at least in France and elsewhere, wrote, I quote Bouvresse, the other condition corresponds to a relationship of sympathy and communion with the reality from which any idea of conquest, mastery, domination, and exploitation is completely absent. Okay, so it's a kind of worldly familiarity, if you wish. Now take the notion of oceanic feeling that was introduced by Romain Rolland, and which was described by Freud as involving an or the experience of being one with the external world as a whole. So that's these were Freud's words. Can you hear me? Because I have a message. That's all right? Okay. Can it mean that my connection is weak?
Now it's fine. I think before we had a little kind of silence moment, but now it's fine.
Okay, it's really dangerous to talk about feelings of connectedness because, of course, my internet connection might not be so good. So Tom Cochrane, in a paper on the sublime, on the experience of the sublime, suggests that something like the oceanic feeling is involved in the experience of the sublime. So he says, I quote Cochrane, a monumental object like the starry sky might even encourage one to imagine the entire universe as a unified substance, where one visualizes this substance as somehow infused with one's sense of first-person consciousness. End of quotation. So here you see that, according to Cochrane, at least, the experience of the sublime, I disagree a little bit with him, but I mean, we can discuss that later, involve the sense that everything is self-relevant. So everything is positively self-relevant, actually. So the experience of the sublime would be the experience of a kind of hyper-familiarity with something or the world itself. And other examples, I mean, what Charles Taylor calls the sense of fullness can have positive and negative manifestations, but also it's the idea of this, I mean, the feeling of connectedness with the whole world. I'm sorry, I have to go a bit fast here. Okay, so I can leave this. Some cases of awe, as discussed in the literature, are now discussed by psychologists. Also, I mean, some of these cases also involve intense feelings of unfamiliarity. So we may feel estranged from the world as we are confronted with an overwhelming entity, too vast, powerful, or skilled to encompass within our ordinary cognitive capacities. So that's a summary of Keltner and Aids' conclusion about the experience of awe. Accordingly, awe appears to trigger, I quote another psychologist here, an almost metaphorical sense of smallness of the self. So you feel small, insignificant. A subject who remember an experience of awe tends to report a feeling of smallness relative to the environment. So that's self-retraction, as well as the feeling of being humble and less significant. Okay, so what about the valence of self-transcendent experiences? Well, it is diverse. some of these experiences seem to be wholly positive, such as the experiences of flow. So flow has been characterized as a highly satisfying optimal experience. So it's an experience of super optimality, if you wish, in which the subject is entirely absorbed in a current activity. That's controversial because other authors have considered that actually flow does not involve any emotion. So okay, so we can. So I mean, people are not don't agree about how best to describe this experience, but certainly, I mean, some of them describe that experience as being wholly positive, if you wish, as having a wholly positive valence. But others seem to be wholly negative, such as the dreadful feeling of being alienated or forever cut from the world, as in what subjects with depersonalization or derealization disorder actually report. And of course, many other self-transcendent experiences are mixed experiences involving both positive and negative aspects. And sometimes you find in the literature the very same label applied to both positively and negatively valent phenomena. For instance, the oceanic feeling has been associated with positive emotions. Some examples on the slide, but also negative emotions. Okay, and actually, O itself has been associated with both positive and negative emotions, and some have proposed that there are in fact two kinds of O. Namely a positive O and negative O. So as you see, the issue of valence is a complex one. Same for ego dissolution, actually, two kinds of ego dissolution, a positive one. So I seem to be one with my environment, and maybe I feel bliss about it. But in other contexts, I'm observed myself as though I were a stranger. So that's the dread of ego dissolution. Of course, ego dissolution might seem like a dark prospect for us, since we disappear. We seem to disappear in a larger entity. Now, the core valence of self-transcendent experiences, I think, can be explained on the hypothesis that there are variations on familiarity or unfamiliarity. And the psychologists tend to say that ceteris paribus, and of course, the phrase here, ceteris paribus, is very important. Familiarity feels good, whereas unfamiliarity is unpleasant. I mean, it doesn't feel very good. But it's a bit more complex, since if you look at the fear of metacognition, it's plausible that actually feelings of familiarity or unfamiliarity involve, as Paul Sylvia argued, several distinct metacognitive evaluations. There's two of them, namely the evaluation of something as familiar or unfamiliar, and maybe that metacognitive evaluation maybe is based on processing on the monitoring processing fluency. Okay, so if you see a face and that face is very easy to process within the visual areas, for instance, that might be an indication, a subpersonal indication for the brain that that face is familiar, and maybe there will be some kind of feeling of familiarity depending on your expectations. But then you have another metacognitive evaluation, which is the evaluation of your coping potential with respect to the current task or situation. For instance, if you have a tip of the tongue experience, then you experience something as familiar, but also you have some sense of your coping potential with respect to the current task or situation. For instance, giving the name of the person you've got in front of you, and maybe you have the sense that you can do it, that actually you can't retrieve the name right now. But if you think a little bit about that, or if you maybe think about something else, then in a few minutes the name of the person will come back to you. So that's an evaluation of your coping potential with respect to the familiarity of the phase in the current situation. And both dimensions of evaluation contributes to the overall valence of the experience. And then we can use this to, have a more detailed explanation of the complex valences of self-transcendent experiences. For instance, you might say that flow involves a positive evaluation of the world as familiar, but also a positive evaluation of the subject capacity to fully assimilate the world. Okay, so everything is known, and that's maybe it might be a wholly positive experience. In contrast, for instance, Musil actually describes the other condition as involving what we call a mysterious sympathy. Okay, that's sympathy, that's positive, but it's also mysterious. Okay, there's something to, it's a kind of, generalized tip of the tongue experience. Okay, so the world seems highly familiar, but actually I don't know why. So there's some kind of mystery here, and that mystery can be experienced negatively as something that would evade oneself forever. Okay, so I can't go into details, but you see that there are ways of trying to clarify the issue of the valence of self-transcendent experiences by using tools coming from the theory of metacognitive feelings, such as the feeling of familiarity or the feeling of unfamiliarity. And also, I mean, the valence of self-transcendent experiences is a function of their complexity, but also their dynamics. And Piff and the co-authors observe that even positive O involves the sense of small self, which is negatively valence in itself. That's a puzzle. I mean, how can an experience can be both positive and negative? But in fact, if you look at the dynamics of the experience, the mystery is probably at least partly solved, namely the sense of small self, which might be part of the initial conditions of the experience of O, is accommodated by shifting to a more objective perspective, which brings about pro-social behavior and what the authors call a more universal self-definition. Okay, so it's a kind of decentering. It's a kind of decentering to a new, unusual perspective on the world. And the resulting experience has an overall positive valence. And at this stage, the subject should not feel particularly small, or at least not smaller than others, but actually equal to them. So we have a specific dynamics in the experience. We move from the feeling of the small self, maybe to a more to the feeling of a more objective self, equal to other selves in the world. Not always, of course, but I mean that can be. This is it's really a shameful advertisement for a recent paper I published with Margherita Arcangeli on the experience of the sublime, in which actually we argue that the experience of the sublime is a transition from an experience of high unfamiliarity of the world to in fact an experience of familiarity, which is regained eventually. We talk about the dynamics of the sublime, but it's not necessarily a temporal, very neat separation between unfamiliarity and familiarity. But here too, I think the complex valence of the experience of the sublime with negative and positive components can be explained if we look at the phenomenon in a more dynamic way, as we suggest in the paper. Okay, so let me sum up a little bit. So I think if self-transcendent experiences involve feelings of familiarity or unfamiliarity, perhaps highly unexpected familiarity or highly unexpected unfamiliarity, then the three-tiered cognitive architecture introduced earlier for the latter, I mean the feelings of familiarity and unfamiliarity, can be applied to the former. But if this is so, the colorful self-transcendent experiences reported by the subjects in various contexts might reflect the contents of spontaneous narratives rather than the contents of feelings per se. And the self-transcendence dimension reported by the subject might concern the level of the narrative self, which I conceive to be intermediary between low-level bodily experience and official reflective beliefs about oneself. Of course, much more has to be said about that, but the idea is that the feeling of self-expansion, for instance, is not necessarily the feeling of one's body expanding. And in the same way, the feeling of self-retraction reported in self-transcendent experiences, some of them, might not be the feeling of one's body shrinking. It might be, but it's not necessarily so. And I think it could be tested, actually. I have a research project on the experience of the sublime, in which we're testing, effects of experience of sublime or effects on the body image, and we try to compare these effects to the spontaneous narratives of the subject after the experience. And we hypothesize that there must be some dissociations between self-expansion at the level of the narrative self and self-expansion of one's body in more primitive representations of our own body. But then, of course, it's interesting to compare self-transcendent experiences to feelings of familiarity and unfamiliarity, but to have a continuum here. Are there differences in degree or in kind between ordinary feelings of familiarity and feelings of familiarity or unfamiliarity involved in self-transcendent experiences? And in fact, if we look, for instance, in social psychology, there's a theory, I think it's called the self-expansion theory, if I'm not mistaken. I remember well. So it's the suggestion that people tend to self-appropriate familiar things and persons and treat them as if they were part of themselves. Okay, so even ordinary feelings of familiarity seem to come with some sense of self-expansion. And you can say, of course, analogous things about the feeling of the ordinary feeling of unfamiliarity. And indeed, that feeling might come with the sense that one is separate from unfamiliar things and person. Okay, so what's maybe the differences between the ordinary and the extraordinary is a difference in degree and not in kind. But I think there is a difference in kind, which is what I call world-directedness, which is actually quite hard to analyze in detail. But there seems to be a categorical difference between the extraordinary and the ordinary, namely that ordinary feelings of familiarity or unfamiliarity are object-directed at objects in the world or within the world or among other objects, whereas the many, at least self-transcendent experiences seem to be directed at the whole world and not specific objects. Of course, there are counterexamples. In Musil, you have the other condition directed at the whole world, but also the other condition direct at the significant other of Ulrich, namely Agathe. And but I think we can accommodate these apparent counterexamples by saying that in the case where the other condition is about Agathe, for instance, that experience involves some kind of immersion into a situation. The other, which is temporarily experienced as the whole world, and nothing else actually exists but the significant other. So in a sense, it's a kind of world-directed experience as well, I think, but I mean, that needs, of course, some argument. as I said, I mean, the phenomenology of world-directedness, what does it mean for an experience to be about the whole world, especially if I think that some of these experiences are actually dualistic. I mean, there is some kind of distinction between the subject and the world within the experience. Well, I think that makes these experiences kinds of limit experiences in, I hope, an intuitive sense, but I think a sense we can also try to develop. And still, that's just a phenomenological remark. The phenomenology of world-directedness seems to be different from the phenomenology of other experiences that has been described as generalized déjà vu or jamais vu. So it's not. So one of my colleagues in France, Chris Moulin, actually works on déjà vu and jamais vu, and also on the generalized versions of déjà vu. So the generalized version of déjà vu is that the people actually, everything seems to be déjà vu. Okay, so they open a book, maybe it's a new book, a book they never read before, but the book seems déjà lu, déjà vécu. So they watch the television and everything seems to be déjà vu. So it's a rather boring experience. Everything seems actually familiar to the subject, and nothing seems to be new. And these are not deluded subjects. I mean, they know that, of course, that's a new book. They never actually read the book, but still they have this persistent experience. And when the experience is generalized, everything seems or feels déjà vu or jamais vu. But I think it's still a different experience, different from the one involved in self-transcendent experiences. I would argue that even generalized déjà vu or jamais vu are feelings of familiarity or unfamiliarity direct at objects. It's just that any object the subject comes across feels either familiar or unfamiliar. And I think these experiences lack the holistic dimension of some of self-transcendent experiences. But of course, again, that's only a phenomenological observation. Okay, I try to close soon. Sorry, I hope it's not too much. I'm going very quickly through the slides. So we have an explanandum. We have a kind of puzzle, if you wish. It's not a paradox, actually, but it's a puzzle. On the one hand, many people, and of course, also in literature, have observed that self-transcendent experiences are solitary experiences. That's controversial. I mean, well, for instance, some people say that there can't be joint attention to the sublime. And the sublime must be experienced alone. Of course, there might be someone just standing here with you, but and you can talk about the experience later. But while you have the experience, it's a solitary experience. I mean, it's something you have to experience for yourself. And here you have a quotation by one of my favorite poets, actually, the Swiss poet Philippe Jacotet, who writes. He writes about what he calls the poetic experience, but in fact, given the examples that he gives, the poetic experience is a self-transcendent experience in the sense I use the term here. So he says the strange thing is in particular that no experience, religious or philosophical, for example, and by experience he mean what we mean by self-transcendent, I think, is ever made for others, that it must be redone, lived again to have any value, and that thus it's always necessary to start again. Okay, so that's one expression of the claim that self-transcendent experiences seem to be solitary experiences, at least some of them. But still, they also have a pro-social potential. That's something which is very much highlighted by recent social psychology. So social psychology shows that broadly positive self-transcendent experiences, I quote yet and again, are more often associated with positive outcomes such as well-being and pro-social behavior. So you might know the anecdote of the astronauts of one of the Apollo missions. So they saw the Earth as a globe, and they had probably perhaps an experience of the sublime, perhaps a negative awe, because I mean that's very frightening to see the contingency of the earth in this way, and in fact, it appears that many of them, if then worked for pro-social organizations or have these reports, but I think it was also attested empirically that these people actually wanted to care more for others than before having had this very impressive experience of the earth. So that's a kind of a puzzle, if you wish. And some explanation of this puzzle actually are restricted to broadly positive self-transcendent experiences. For instance, it has been suggested that positive awe shifts attention from inside to outside and triggers ideas of universality and connection, and that's probably true. But I think it can be argued that even negatively valence experiences, self-transcendent experiences, have a pro-social, or can have at least a pro-social impact. And so the need for explanation is still alive, I think. And even if self-transcendent experience is not about the other as such, altruistic motivation may result from it, and that's something which needs to be explained. And of course, there are many. I'm almost done now. And there are many explanations that are possible. You might say that in general, self-transcendent experiences, whether you believe them or not, actually strengthen abilities that underlie pro-social attitudes and behavior. So they enable the subject to realize the contingency of self-worth, boundaries, and our relationship to the world. But they also involve involuntary, strained exercise of our perspective-taking abilities. I mean, when you have this experience of being one with the whole universe, that's a strained, very strained exercise of your perspective-taking ability, of course, and that might actually strengthen your perspective-taking abilities, and then you can use them in other contexts after the event. But also, not maybe, but I mean, also very plausibly, some self-transcendent experiences involve the realization that the world is meaningless in itself, and that comfort must come from our relationship with others. And I give two examples of this last attitude towards self-transcendent experiences. You have the very well-known quotation by Blaise Pascal in Français Thoughts. So all bodies, the firmament, the stars, the earth, and its kingdoms are not equal to the lowest mind. For mind knows all these and itself, all these bodies, nothing. Okay, so that's the kind of anti-sublime argument, if you wish. And very much closer to us, Frank Ramsey, the Cambridge philosopher, said in 1925, or wrote, I quote, a very interesting quote, because there's a romantic way of looking at awe and the experience of the sublime, but Ramsey seems to take the opposite direction. I mean, he says, I quote, "Where I seem to differ from my friends is in attaching little importance to physical size. I don't feel in the least humble before the vastness of the heavens. The stars may be large, but they can't think or love. And these are qualities which impress me far more than size does. I take no credit for weighing nearly 17 stone. My picture of the world is drawn in perspective and not like a model to scale. The foreground is occupied by human beings, and the stars are all as small as 3 penny bits." So that's also the idea that you don't find meanings in some self-transcendent experiences, and by compensation, so to speak, you're perhaps more prone to find our relationship to others. So that might be one part, of course, of the explanation of the pro-social potential of self-transcendent experiences. Okay, so one slide of conclusion. self-transcendent experiences are, in a sense, world-directed feelings of familiarity and or unfamiliarity. As metacognitive feelings, they have poor intrinsic contents about positive or negative epistemic self-relevance. So I know everything, or I know nothing, or I can't know anything, or I can know everything. Okay, but they are attributed richer narrative contents through spontaneous elaborations, which are, as I suggested, highly cognitively penetrable by background representations. And then both positively and negatively valence self-transcendent experiences can have a pro-social potential and can be tools for personal transformation, even though they might not be especially meaningful in the moment. Okay, so we have to look at compensation effects taking place after the event. Okay, thank you very much, and that's all.
Thank you very much, Jerome, for this super interesting presentation. I really enjoyed it. Thanks a lot. Okay, we have more or less 10 minutes for questions. Of course, if we have them more, we can solve them in the plenary discussion afterwards. I see one hand, which is Eric. So please, Eric, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Dukic. Hi from Cologne again. I have one remark and one question. The first remark is concerning Heidegger's distinction between fear as directed to objects and, fear directed to objects and anxiety.
Angst and Furcht.
Huh?
Angst and Furcht. That's the distinction. Yeah.
I was just thinking of it because and afterwards you mentioned Langeweile, boredom, and maybe, as you know, Heidegger's lecture on boredom as an existential opener, so to speak. And the question is aiming on the notion of metacognitive feelings. So it's a bit puzzling for me because I'm not. This is no standard terminology for me, because I guess, okay, there's one way to make sense of these combination of words, like it's a feeling transcending cognition. And I guess this is not your option. The second one would be feelings discovered by cognition. I would suggest this is a strong phenomenological claim, but maybe without putting aside like a feeling constituted by metacognition. So I guess the third is your option, and it's not totally dismissed by phenomenologists, but I would say the second option is the most prominent in especially Husserlian or Schütz concepts. So what do you think about? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very perspective comments. Now, of course, I'm coming from analytic philosophy, actually, and I discovered this because I have a research project on the experience of the sublime with psychologists working on self-relevance, neuroscientists, actually. So we are trying to evaluate the hypothesis of the small self in the experience of the sublime. And it's interesting to see how phenomenologists and analytic philosophers are meeting in cognitive science, so to speak. So we some of us are rediscovering issues and distinctions that were you're right. I mean, some of them, at least many of them, have been drawn by phenomenologists. And so as for the distinction between fear and anxiety, or I don't know the angst translation. So fear is object directed in my sense, and anxiety seems to be world directed. So I think we can use that distinction to explain part of the difference between fear and anxiety. So that's very interesting. By the way, Matthew Radcliffe is one author who is who comes from phenomenology and uses cognitive science to deal with some of the phenomena I've talked about here. So he talks about existential feelings, for instance, and I think self-transcendent experiences are existential feelings. Probably, I mean, at least some of them, but I'm not sure all existential feelings are self-transcendent in the particular sense I was interested in here, but that's a good issue. That's an interesting issue. Also, I talked about metacognitive feelings because it's the standard terminology in so-called meta-memory studies, because the feeling of familiarity or the tip of the tongue experience or the feeling of knowing have been discussed and studied for now 20 or 30 years, I think, in the psychology of memory, actually. And they use the term metacognition, but it's not clear in what sense the feeling is metacognitive. I agree with that. And there are two very different senses which should not be conflated. One sense is because feelings of familiarity, for instance, are assumed to be generated somehow by subpersonal control monitoring mechanisms that monitor not the contents of the visual experience. So if you see someone who feels familiar, the idea is that the feeling of familiarity is sensitive to actually the quality of your visual experience, but not the content of your visual experience. Okay, and the quality might be the optimality or the fluency with which visual information is processed. Okay, so it's a non-semantic property of your visual experience in the processing fluency. And the idea would be that the feeling of familiarity is metacognitive because it's sensitive not to the contents of the processes, but only to the qualities of the processes. But that might be a confusion between the subpersonal and the personal levels. So I don't like the idea that the feeling should be called metacognitive for that reason. And the other sense is because the spontaneous beliefs that are based on the feeling of familiarity are actually meta-representational. I mean, people say something like, but I know this person from before. And knowing, of course, refers to a mental state. So the belief is meta-representational. Joël Proust draws a distinction between metacognition and meta-representation, but yeah, you can call these feelings metacognitive because they give rise to beliefs that are meta-representational in the full sense of the term. Namely, they have contents that are about one's mental state. Sorry, I don't want to be too long. And so you had the last point. Sorry, I forgot that's all right. Okay. Thank you very much for the questions.
Sure.
Thanks a lot. Lucy, you had a question. You prefer?
I just didn't want to ask it if we were going to run over, so I was going to let you decide on timing. I didn't want to push us if we need to move on.
Okay, so we can also discuss it in the plenary discussion afterwards.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. Okay, so thanks a lot to Jerome and to Eric, and I hope we can discuss this very nice and rich talk in the plenary discussion afterwards. I think we are perfectly on time, and I can introduce our second speaker, Miko Salmela. Thank you very much for being here. Miko is Associate Professor at the University of Copenhagen, member of the Center for Subjectivity Research led by Dan Zahavi, and member of the Research ESC project, Who Are We? His research is basically focused on empirically informed philosophy of emotion, both from an individual and a collective point of view. He studies or investigates mostly emotions in identity formations, group identifications, also with applications. So thank you very much. And he's going to present us a talk named Many Routes to Feeling of Togetherness in Shared Emotions. Thanks a lot, Miko. You have 1 hour, so just you can start right now if you want. Thank you.
Thank you for this kind introduction and invitation to give this talk in this seminar, Sonia and Linus. It's my pleasure. And apologies for being a bit late. I decided to add 1 more slide to my presentation. I hope it makes it better. Let's see, but let's start. I see the chat box in my screen. Do you see it too? I need to be able to remove it somehow.
You can just click on the chat button.
Okay, now it went away. Right, and do you now see just the opening screen?
Yeah, we see your share screen, yes.
Okay, good. So this talk is a bit of a focus on shared emotions. I won't be talking about feelings of togetherness in other contexts, but I think it's a sufficiently interesting question on its own right, namely, where do these feelings of togetherness that seem to be present in our shared emotions, where do they come from? And there are these different theoretical proposals put forward by myself in my earlier writings on these issues that focus on the synchronization between individuals who are participating in shared emotions, especially the kind of non-conceptual parts of emotion, behavioral, verbal, vocal responses get synchronized in their emotions when they are having them together in face-to-face situations. That is one obvious source of feelings of togetherness in shared emotions, but then there are others, and especially phenomenological writers have suggested that these feelings of togetherness emerge from this kind of integration of the perspectives, intentional perspectives of the participants of the shared emotions. So I want to kind of pursue this question, how these two ways of arriving at feelings of togetherness in shared emotions are related in this presentation, and offer some new insights on this question. But let's go to this slide that I added, namely conceptual preliminaries. What are these phenomena that we are looking at here? And I hope this is at least somewhat illuminating, because I want to make distinction between feelings of togetherness on the one hand and sense of togetherness that has been applied in existing research, and say something why I'm focusing on feelings of togetherness rather than the sense of togetherness. That should be a different notion. Okay, what are shared emotions? Well, very generally, we can characterize them as these emotions that several individuals experience when the emotion is of the same type and with the same content, together with others, with mutual awareness of their emotional state, such as anger, fear, joy, and so forth. So they have to have the same type of emotion like anger. They have to have the same content. For instance, the anger has to be about the same injustice that these individuals are angry at, and they feel it together with others, being mutually aware that they are having the same emotion with the same content together. And this, I think, tries to be a kind of definition that all more specific accounts can share. Importantly, there are different types of emotions then namely reciprocal emotions, that seem to be present or at least affiliated to these shared emotions proper in social groups where people come to experience these shared emotions. Because when people share emotions about external objects, they tend to have these positive emotions towards each other, namely closeness, solidarity, love, and so forth. And James Jasper, a sociologist who studies social movements, has made this distinction between shared emotions and reciprocal emotions, emphasizing that both types of emotions are central to the dynamics of social movement. And even if we often talk about shared emotions, we shouldn't forget about these reciprocal emotions that are these emotions between or feelings between members of a social group. And therefore, my suggestion on feelings of togetherness, or the phenomenon of feelings of togetherness I want to study in this presentation, is understood through these reciprocal emotions or reciprocal feelings. Namely, my suggestion is that these are reciprocal feelings that are constitutively part of shared emotions, in which they are present either thematically or unthematically. And the idea is here that we can be, while we are sharing emotion, also aware of this togetherness, feeling of connection, closeness with others with whom we share emotion. It can be part of the experience, but it need not be part of it, because it can be unthematically present. It can become part of the experience if we focus it, but it need not be there all the time. But still, it's either thematically or unthematically present in shared emotions. That is the claim that I want to pursue here. And here is this other notion that I picked from Gerald Thonhauser work, sense of togetherness, which is a bit different notion, because it refers to this awareness of others sharing the emotion with others. It's not kind of feeling between the members, but it's kind of experience that there is this us or others with whom we are sharing the emotion. And Thonhauser suggests that it amounts to an awareness of a communal subject of experience. So this is more like this kind of experience that we are together here experiencing this emotion, and not so much about this reciprocity between the members who are experiencing the emotion. So my focus in this presentation will be on these feelings of togetherness rather than on the sense of togetherness. Oh, this was the conceptual preliminary. So let's start then about shared emotions, because of course we need to know what are shared emotions in order to be asking this question, what's the role of feelings of togetherness in that? Okay, I start from my earlier account put forward by Michiro Nagatsu in these two papers published 2017 and 16. And we there basically claim that X and Y, two individuals, share an emotion or have a collective emotion if, first of all, X and Y experience an emotion of the same type with similar A, evaluative content, and B, affective experience. So here, this same idea as presented above was that we need to have the same type of emotion like anger, joy, fear. It needs to have the same content. It has to be about the same intentional object, injustice, danger, achievement, so forth, and needs to have a similar affective experience. So evaluative content, affective experience are both constitutive parts of a shared emotion. And secondly, X and Y need to be mutually aware that they have this same type of emotion with similar evaluative content and affective experience. And sharing the evaluative content is a matter of appraising the objective emotion similarly with others on the basis of shared concerns that establish a group perspective. So we don't think that there needs to be a kind of collective act of appraising the emotion together with others. This is psychologically implausible. I mean, even if Margaret Gilbert talks about something like that, it's not possible. I mean, psychologists would tell you that it's completely off the hook to say something completely nonsense, to say that you could kind of collectively commit yourself to an emotion and thereby give rise to an emotion. It's not possible. But what is psychologically possible is that individuals as group members appraise events and objects similarly with others on the basis of their shared concerns that they have adopted as group members. And the claim is that there can be two types of shared concerns emerging and establishing this group perspective, namely private commitment or collective commitment. And this private commitment is something that, for instance, individuals who affiliate with certain football clubs, become fans of football clubs have, because they become fans by identifying with the football club and its success, knowing that there are others who have similar concerns, but they don't make this kind of commitment to the fandom of the team together with these two fellow members. They just know that there are others. It's private commitment to this fandom of the group. Whereas a more strong commitment is made when there are individuals who together decide that this is our shared concern, like the players of a team who decide to pursue success of their team together. And this is kind of normatively stronger and also psychologically stronger commitment to a shared concerns, because we can think that it gives rise to more stronger forms of shared emotions than this individual private commitment to a shared concern. But still, both types of concerns, either there is a private or collective commitment, give rise to this group perspective. I hear some background noise there, so somebody has a mic on. Could somebody mute yourself? Thank you. And secondly, these shared emotions are experienced both functionally and phenomenally as a group member. So it's about, for instance, our joy about our winning the prize. So there is this experience of feeling the emotion as a group member, and that brings this plural self to the content of the emotion. And it can be metaphorical in this kind of private commitment to shared concerns, like fans of a team can say that we are so happy because our team won the prize, but of course they were not part of the team that won the prize, so their joy is kind of only metaphorically felt from this group member perspective, whereas the members of the team who actually achieved this prize or won the championship, they can say literally that it is our joy about winning the prize together with fellow team members. But both have this experience felt from this kind of group member perspective. And shared affective experience in this original account that we put forward, we say that shared affective experience emerges from the synchronization of emotional responses in face-to-face interaction. And we know that it's truncated in online interaction because we cannot kind of perceive each other's emotional responses in a similar fineness of grain as in ordinary face-to-face interaction. And secondly, we claim that it can take many forms. So we say that it can take the form of feelings of togetherness, this interpersonal closeness, liking, rapport, or it can take the form of oneness, this kind of sense of togetherness on which Thornhauser's account talks about, that we are feeling this emotion together with each other. But that's about this thematic issue where we focus on in this experience that decides what kind of experience what kind of form it takes. But we kind of argue that this shared affective experience is this ground from which these feelings emerge in the first place. They're just interpreted differently when they take these different forms of togetherness or oneness. Okay, so let's look at this route 1 to feelings of togetherness, synchronicity, in a more detail. And of course, the classic notion here is the emotional contagion, put forward by social psychologist Elaine Hatfield and the company, her fellow associates, who defined emotional contagion as the tendency to automatically mimic and synchronize facial expressions vocalizations, postures, and movements with those of another person, and consequently to converge emotionally. So there are different aspects to this contagion: mimicking and synchronizing facial expressions, vocalizations, postures, and movements. And so there has been research on these more specific aspects of this contagion: motor representations. The classic mirror neuron hypothesis says that, and there is evidence that when we perceive other person acting or feeling emotion, the same areas in the brains activate than if we would be acting or feeling the same ourselves. There is synchronization of body postures and gaze patterns emerging. Research on that in interpersonal interaction. Speech patterns, these kind of vocalizations, prosody, facial expressions. This is also classic research by Chartrand and Bark, this kind of chameleon effect, which is completely automatic, this mimicking and synchronization of facial expressions. And finally, heart rate by Swedish researchers. That was done from these choirs who were singing together. Their heart rates became synchronized while singing in the choir. And what we know from this research is that when there is this synchronicity between individuals in emotional situation, they are experiencing feelings of rapport, affiliation, and mutual liking. And these reliably associated with this synchronicity. And this synchrony yields these positive feelings even when it's accidental rather than purposefully achieved. So when people were instructed to tap fingers or rock chairs or walk together in the same rhythm, they reported liking each other more than when they were tapping not in the same rhythm, off pace. But while they were tapping or rocking the chair in the same pace, they felt this liking and rapport. And of course, we know that this is purposefully pursued in some rituals where people engage in synchronous interaction in order to get these feelings of affiliation and mutual liking as kind of outcomes of these ritualistic behaviors that are kind of acted in synchrony with other participants. Well, what is the problem of this route to togetherness from this perspective of what we kind of require from feelings of togetherness in shared emotion? Well, it seems insufficient for explaining feelings of togetherness that we experience in shared emotions, because these feelings that emerge from synchronizations are not felt as one of us. So there is not this kind of perspective of us, or that it is particular us who are feeling this togetherness here. And if we say that shared emotions are also, or emotion itself is felt from our perspective, and it's about our success, for instance, then it seems that these feelings of togetherness should have the same kind of indexical nature of being felt as one of us towards each other. And this is something that seems to be missing from this synchronization induced feelings of togetherness. Okay, let's move to this other account that puts forward a different kind of notion of feelings of togetherness. And that is from Leon Santo and Zahavi, 2017, a synthese paper. And they define shared emotions as socially extended emotions that involve a specific type of constitutive integration with the participating individual's emotional experience. And they give two criteria for shared emotions. They need to meet these two criteria, first of which is reciprocal other awareness. And they define it in the following as follows: shared emotions must involve awareness of the emotional interpersonal interaction, that is, of the fact that each individual is affectively and experientially influencing the other. And this allows then experience of a shared emotion as ours, rather than merely mine or yours. This awareness of emotional interpersonal interaction. And secondly, there needs to be integration. That is to feel an emotion as ours. A quote requires that one identifies with the other or others in order to experience oneself as one of us. And this is argued to emerge from a second person engagement of experiencing oneself through the eyes of the other. This is the integration part, and together they explain this emergence of shared emotions and define them jointly. And importantly, Leon and others claim that this is a middle position between what they claim to be the skill of an all too much or all too tight affective integration involving fusion, token identity, or phenomenal subject identity, and the corruptness of the too little or too loose one, namely synchronicity, mimicry, aggregation, and summation. There are lots of criticism, especially of these two tight forms of integration or fusion accounts of Hans-Peter Schmidt, and also Kruger's token identity account. That seems to be their main target in this paper, but they also point out that emotional sharing proper should not be understood in terms of this emotional contagion, because it's too loose here. Okay, and how do the feelings of togetherness how are they explained in this model, where they claim that they emerge from integration? And they write that togetherness, i.e. the kind of integration that is required in shared emotions, and that continues a bit later by saying that varieties of integration are closely linked to varieties of togetherness. So the analysis refers to this integration, but it's not exactly defined how it emerges. And that is, I think, an important point, because when we then look at this integration, it seems that there are some problems with understanding feelings of togetherness in terms of this integration. But then let's start from looking it at more closely. What is this integration? So it's second person engagement, and they define it that what's going on here is that by experiencing oneself through the eyes of the other, by incorporating the other's perspective on oneself, one can come to see oneself as a fundamentally like the other. So I think I need to get some water. Please excuse me. Okay. So this is the argument from Zahavi, who takes it back to Husserl, who argues that group identification is this form of self-alienation, where through this experiencing oneself through the eyes of the other, one becomes to downplay differences between the self and others, and that allows experience of being one of us. And even if there's this notion of self-alienation here, Zahavi writes in this paper that it's not kind of alienation in this negative sense, because it's a self-experience which is enriched and matured through the incorporation of an external perspective. So we're integrating something else to oneself, self, rather than kind of alienating from what one is. And he writes that it's similar to self-categorization in social psychology, put forward this classic Carter, Turner, and Hogg, in the sense that it involves the self-stereotyping, where individual differences are downplayed and de-emphasized, and similarities between self and other and group members are accentuated. So this is what happens in second person engagement, experiencing oneself through the eyes of the other. which of course is reciprocal in this context. So what are the problems for this integration account when we look it from this feeling of togetherness perspective? Well, it seems to me that this reciprocal second person engagement may be needed for the emergence of a we perspective and group identity. That's for sure, but is it sufficient to give rise to feelings of togetherness? And here I'm not so sure anymore, because it seems that second person engagement in non-emotional context does not give rise to feelings of togetherness. And if this is the case, it cannot explain feelings of togetherness in shared emotions either. I mean, look at situations in which we come to adopt the perspective of others, like when we walk the corridors of our workplaces. We meet people who are members of the same department, for instance, departmental colleagues. And when we meet them, we internalize their look on ourselves as fellow members of the department. So we don't meet them as individual persons, but we meet them as fellow members of the department. But it doesn't seem to be that this identification of oneself or others in terms of some social identity would be sufficient to give rise to these feelings of togetherness. It's rather that we need to experience something together in order to have these feelings of togetherness. It's kind of precondition for having these feelings, but it's not sufficient for them. And this seems to be different with this behavioral synchrony in non-emotional contexts, because there is this evidence that rocking chairs, tapping fingers, or walking in the same rhythm yields these feelings of rapport and interpersonal liking, even if it's done without this emotional context in the first place. It's just reinforcing these emotional feelings of togetherness when it happens in the context of emotion, but it need not be the emotion in the first place. So it seems to me that in this paper, what's going on is the conflation of togetherness, notion of togetherness with feelings of togetherness. Because togetherness can be understood as a sine qua non for feelings of togetherness that emerge only when we experience something together. So it's kind of necessary precondition for feelings of togetherness, but these feelings of togetherness only emerge when we that has been established through this reciprocal second person engagement, only when this we experience happens. And this is actually what Zahavi seems to be writing as well. He says that self-alienation is a formal requirement for coming to think of oneself in the first person plural, but it is certainly not sufficient. Here an appeal to more substantive elements such as shared norms, values, emotions, goals, etc. seems required. So here Zahavi seems to be tapping on the same problem that I face with this notion of togetherness. There is a formal requirement, but it needs to be supplemented with these substantive elements in order for these feelings of togetherness to emerge. It's not sufficient in itself. Second problem with this integration account is that synchronization seems to amount to integration of non-cognitive aspects of emotion. And this is a claim that I put forward as a criticism of this phenomenological theory in a forthcoming chapter in a handbook of theory of emotions, edited by Andrea Scarantino. Should be coming out later this year or early next year. And why this criticism can be presented? Well, it's because Leon and others subscribe to a componential view of emotion with cognitive or appraisal aspect, neurophysiological, motivational, behavioral component, the expressive aspect, and phenomenal aspect, and so forth. So they clearly take this kind of account of emotion to be the correct one, while they focus this phenomenal aspect, of course. But since emotions are more complex, they have the other components, we can say that there is the synchronization of these non-cognitive aspects of emotion going on in these face-to-face interactions. And that occurs spontaneously in face-to-face interactions. there is some sensitivity in group versus out group sense that we synchronize more with in-group members than with out-group members, and with our enemies we don't synchronize at all. But if it's in-group members, then there is this very spontaneous mimicry synchronization going on. And importantly, this synchronization of non-cognitive aspects of emotion can't be perceived directly from the first-person perspective. It can be perceived only through its effects, phenomenal effects such as feelings of rapport, affiliation, and mutual liking. So if we take a phenomenological perspective, we experience these feelings of rapport and affiliation and mutual liking, but we don't know where they come from. And the claim here is that one source for these emotions, these feelings, is the synchronization of the non-cognitive aspects of emotion, which we do not perceive directly. So the contribution of synchronization to feelings of togetherness in shared emotions should not be rejected on theoretical grounds alone, because it cannot be perceived directly from the first person perspective. Okay, let's go to the third root of feelings of togetherness. This is something that I also, or we have put forward with Nagatsu in this 2017 paper, but we didn't analyze it as a further route to feelings of togetherness in that presentation, in this paper. It is awareness of convergence in sentiments, either emotions or feelings, which is the source of pleasure. And this is the classic account from Adam Smith, already, the theory of moral sentiments. He writes there that the correspondence of the sentiments of others with our own appears to be a pleasure, and the want of it a source of pain, such that it enlivens joy and it alleviates grief. And he says that we have this capacity of fellow feeling to spontaneously kind of empathize with the emotions of others, and when we find this correspondence with the sentiments of others, we come to have this pleasure of emerging from this convergence. And it seems that there is this reciprocal pleasure emerging from affective convergence when we realize that we share the same emotion and we are delighted by this sharing, and it either enlivens our joy, it affirms, enforces our joy, or it alleviates our negative emotion. It highlights this affective convergence. It highlights this interdependence of individuals in producing this pleasure, and this perception of interdependence in this reciprocal pleasure gives rise to feelings of togetherness. When we realize that we are connected with each other in having this extra pleasure of correspondence of emotion, that is giving rise to feelings of togetherness between us. And this explains why individuals are motivated to align their emotions with those of others and to engage in rituals where affective convergence is sought in purpose. This is part of many rituals that they are indeed trying to enforce this collective emotion or collective effervescence in which this collective affective convergence is then sought in purpose, and the affective rewards coming from them. And this awareness of affective convergence may even give rise to transient we and feelings of togetherness between strangers, as Leon and others point out in this paper. They have this example of shared delight about witnessing the performance of a street musician. So you just perceive the other one who's delighted as you are about this performance. You exchange sights, your eyes meet, and you kind of register joy about this performance. This very transient we and affective convergence, that we are both delighted about this convergence, it can give rise to this kind of transient we experience and feelings of togetherness associated with it. But the claim here is that the feelings of togetherness emerge from this affective convergence, that we kind of see our emotions converging and get this delight from this sharing. Okay, my proposal for where these feelings of togetherness then come from is to put together this synchronization and awareness of convergence. And importantly, some synchrony studies where they have kind of explicitly studied this kind of synchronization of non-cognitive aspects of immersion, or just this kind of motor synchrony between individuals engaged in joint actions. They have been conducted in the context of joint intentional activities such as singing and dancing that allows the participants to become aware of convergence in their feelings and emotions emerging from joint action. So when you're dancing together, you can kind of perceive directly what the other person is feeling, and vice versa. And when you are kind of successfully doing difficult moves in the dancing, in a dance, then these kind of successes or failures give rise to shared emotion between the dancers. Similarly, singing. So it's not just kind of the synchronization, but it's also emotions felt about this joint intentional action and how it's kind of succeeding its progress. So there are feelings of rapport and mutual liking emerging from the synchronization in these joint intentional activities, as well as emotions emerging from the joint action itself. And these give rise to feelings of togetherness through this mutual awareness of affective convergence, that you are feeling the same together there in this activity. And shared concerns that are part of our account of shared emotions, they directly contribute to feelings of togetherness by allowing the participants to experience their emotions and feelings of togetherness involved in them as group members. So shared concerns give this indexical nature that it is our emotions. It is us who are feeling these together, the shared emotions and the feelings of togetherness that are constitutively part of shared emotion. And this is the same idea that is undergoing in the second person engagement in the phenomenological tradition. So that in Leon et al.'s terminology, we could say the same, that if integration through reciprocal second person engagement establishes the we perspective, then reciprocal awareness of emotional convergence gives rise to feelings of togetherness. So this would be my way of formulating what I'm after in their terminology. Okay, let's take a case study to kind of compare these notions, whether we can survive with this integration notion or whether we kind of need to invoke this synchronization plus mutual awareness account, but which explains better feelings of togetherness emerging in a symphony orchestra. And I owe this example to Francesca Forle, whose paper, The Sense of We Agency and Vitalic Attunement between Rhythmic Alignment and Emotional Attunement, is forthcoming in Phenomenology and Cognitive Sciences, so it's been accepted. And she asked there, does self-alienation explain the emergence of feelings of togetherness between musicians in the symphony orchestra? Or how well can this self-alienation account that she draws from Zahavi explain these feelings of togetherness? And she points out there are certain challenges with self-alienation in this symphony orchestra. First of all, how could each musician experience the perspective of 100 others while performing his part? Because symphony orchestra is this massive group of players, musicians, like 80 to 100 typically, full symphony orchestra. How could each musician somehow experience him or herself from everybody else? Seems psychologically impossible. Also, who are the relevant others through whose eyes each individual musician should he or see him or herself? Can it be all the other members of the orchestra? Again, it seems kind of too demanding, if possible, in the first place. And therefore, Forle suggests that it is more possible that each musician experiences herself through the perspectives of those with whom they are in dialogue in the musical piece that they are playing together. These can be sections of the orchestra rather than individual musicians, such that, for instance, strings are in dialogue with brasses, for instance. And then that kind of decreases the number of subjects whose perspectives need to be experienced by each musician. So if the score is such that some group of instruments is always kind of in dialogue with other instruments, then it kind of allows you to become sensitive only to the other group of instrument players with whom you or your group of musicians is in dialogue. Okay, this is the suggestion she puts forward. But still, she admits that there might be a very small amount of self-alienation in large groups, and one that is far paler and vaguer than in small groups. And secondly, it is possible that in large groups, the sense of being one of us might be mediated by different factors than just self-alienation. So self-alienation might be one mechanism, but it need not be the only one. And indeed, I suggest that when we look at this test case, Feelings of Togetherness with Zipper Orchestra, actually other mechanisms are more prevalent or more capable of explaining the feelings of togetherness emerging there. Because this synchronization and awareness of active convergence allow all members of the orchestra, not just members of certain sections of the orchestra, to experience feelings of togetherness with each other. How is this possible? Well, first of all, there is this role of the conductor who facilitates synchronization by setting the tempo, the rhythm for the orchestra, and by directing the dialogue between the different sections whose complementary interaction constitutes the performance. But since they are all playing in the same tempo, that is one aspect of synchronization that is common to them all. And this shared tempo allows higher order synchrony among the entire orchestra, in addition to which there is behavioral synchrony with musicians in the same section, like the strings or the brasses. And both type of synchrony, higher order, and this behavioral lower order synchrony yield feelings of rapport and interpersonal liking. Then there is shared enthusiasm and joy about the performance that is unfolding well, based on the shared concerns of the members of the orchestra, because they're committed musicians who are, as members of the orchestra, committed to playing whatever they play well, and they enjoying if their playing is going well. So there are these emotions emerging from their joint intentional activity, in addition to their synchrony that is coming out from this joint activity as well. And the complementary of individual musicians' actions, together with their high interdependence in contributing to the same role with their fellow members of the orchestra, compensates for the high specialization between different musicians' roles, contributing to a sense of we-agency among them. So in this paper, 2017 with Nagatsu, we argue that there is this kind of sense of we-agency emerging from joint intentional action, and we agree with Elizabeth Pachery, whose notion this sense of we-agency is that it's typically the greatest, this sense of we-agency, when there is small scale egalitarian action with little specialization of the roles and stable group of co-agents. And here there is kind of more specialization, there's very high specialization. There is stability of agents, that's true, and it's quite egalitarian in the sense that everybody's role is important in playing this kind of symphony, but the high interdependence then compensates for this high specialization. And I would say that it gives rise to this sense of the agency, and together with the agency, we have these feelings of togetherness, these feelings of liking, mutual interpersonal liking and rapport towards each other as fellow members of the orchestra. So it's another source of feelings of togetherness, this sense of we agency. Okay, it's time to go to conclusions. Conclusions from existing research is that feelings of togetherness in shared emotions have been argued to emerge from synchronization of the non-cognitive aspects of emotion in my previous papers with Michio Nagatsu, or from the integration of the participants' emotional experiences in the paper of Leon and Sando and Zahavi. Synchronization is present in all shared emotions experienced in face-to-face situations, but it's either it is alone insufficient to produce the kind of feelings of togetherness felt as group members experienced in shared emotions. So we need something more. Also, integration as second-person engagement has more to do with group identification and the emergence of a we perspective than feelings of togetherness. So more is needed than just second-person engagement. And then I pointed out this mutual pleasure from affective convergence as an additional source of feelings of togetherness from Adam Smith's work, originally emerging. And then on that, I built this suggestion that synchronization and awareness of affective convergence account for the feelings of togetherness experienced in shared emotions. That is where they emerge from. And this second person engagement or shared concerns, their role is to function as precondition of experiencing shared emotions in the first place, and in the emergence of this we perspective that allows us to experience these emotions and the feelings of togetherness as one of us. That is basically the presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you a lot, Miko, for this very rich and interesting presentation. And we have 15 minutes more or less for questions. Then, of course, as I said before, we can also move to the plenary discussions if there are more things to discuss. So I have the first question from Eric. Please, Eric. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonja, and thank you, Professor Salmela. It was a pleasure listening to your talk, but frightening at the same time, but because there are many points for my upcoming talk tomorrow, and I'm a bit feared. So my only point would be maybe to give or to add something like habituality. Because something like Zahavi is trying to say, I guess, is like the habitual pattern or a really formal habitual pattern of our life world experience of social other beings. And I just was wondering, especially while listening to your last example of the orchestra, there are tons of habitual parts of togetherness. For example, like evaluative ideas about playing in an orchestra, but emotional states of sharing same goals and values and so forth. So maybe it was just due to the short time of your presentation, but I would have made a much fitting picture or full picture if I have the dynamics of habitualization and actualization inside. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This habitualization point is something that Lucy Osler has written in the context of Gerda Walter's account, and I haven't looked at it at this stage, but I obviously need to take a look at it when I write this paper or the process of this presentation. And you're completely right. If we look at symphony orchestra or any long-term stable social groups, there is this habitualization. There are these habits that emerge from their constant interactions and joint actions. But I'm not sure how much they would change this theoretical account that I'm putting forward here. I mean, to what extent we can apply either self-alienation or this synchronization and emotional convergence together with shared concerns and joint goals as a kind of explanatory framework for the feelings of togetherness emerging in this activity. So I would rather say that their habituality, their shared evaluative standards, their shared history contribute to this kind of collectively intentional framework of analyzing their joint activities. And that kind of makes it more probable that it emerges from this kind of shared goals shared norms that these individuals have. And therefore, it's not just kind of synchronization, but it's very much this shared joy of meeting these evaluative standards in their joint activity, which is displaying symphony together. And I find it difficult to kind of, or I would need to find another way of applying this self-alienation argument here than suggested by for instance, Paul in this paper. How can we make it more kind of feasible than looking at it from the perspective of each individual player being sensitive to the other individual players' external perspective? This is basically my answer, but it's a good question. Look at this habitualization.
Yeah. I think Lucy wants to go in the same direction, so I keep quiet, right?
Thank you, Lucy. You want to your question as well, please?
Yes, although I would echo Eric's question as well, but I know Miko, you and I have talked about that a little already. I guess what I wanted to push you on a little bit, sorry, I should preface this, I really enjoyed your talk, thank you. But sort of looking at your conclusion and saying that synchronization is always present in all our shared emotions when we're face to face. I wanted to push you a little bit more on what you take synchronization to be, because a very common response to someone like Hatfield et al. Is that their notion of synchronization seems to rely on a huge amount of homogeneity, which is something that I would really want to resist. I really don't like the idea that, say, because I'm an extrovert and my sister is an introvert and we express ourselves very differently, that we are then sort of precluded from having a shared emotion because our synchronicity isn't of the right homogeneous type. So I also know that synchronicity sometimes is used in something that looks a bit more like complementarity. But then I'm kind of left with then why use the word synchronicity, which has this homogeneity sort of implicitly baked into it. So I just wanted to ask what your take of synchronicity was and how tight that has to be.
Well, my take comes from this empirical research that has established this spontaneous mimicry and synchronization in interpersonal interactions, like conversations between even strangers. And it basically says that there are people who have problems with synchronicity, but then relate to like autism and this Asperger's syndrome, that are kind of different kind of disorders of sociality. But in other cases, between kind of temperaments like extrovert or introvert, it's more like the kind of strength of your expression, but it doesn't mean that if you're an introvert, you wouldn't be expressing yourself spontaneously at all. But it may be more difficult to pick up an introvert's spontaneous expressions and become synchronized with them. But it's not in principle something that you could not be doing, especially if you know the person and you know how the person expresses him or herself.
Yeah, I was about to say maybe familiarity is going to save us here.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot. Linus, you have a question as well?
Yeah, thanks, Miko. That was really exciting talk. And yeah, I think I have two related questions. So one is about this, about the emotions. I guess sometimes they could be called group-based emotions, or in phenomenology, authors also talk about these communal experiences in which the other is not part of, the other with whom you should be sharing the emotion is not co-present. And they say that this kind of emotion would still have a feeling or the sense of togetherness. So I wonder, what your take on these kind of emotions or emotional situations would be. So whether it would have this sense of togetherness or the feeling of togetherness. And then the other one is about this sense of togetherness. So as far as I understand, again, at least in the phenomenological discussion of this togetherness, one of the arguments is that the sense of togetherness is such that it's experienced in feelings, that, you know, it can't be just a judgment or just belief, because you can be mistaken, but won't. So it's, and therefore you have to kind of feel it, or it has to be a feeling. So I wonder, you know, how strong or clear the distinction between the border between the sense of togetherness and the feeling of togetherness could actually be.
Okay, very good question. Let me start from the first one. This group-based emotion that I've experienced in solitary situation, but kind of presuming that there are other group members who feel the same. I mean, of course, there is no synchronicity. There can't be, unless you're watching from TV and they show kind of pictures of the fans of the same team, and you see them kind of rejoicing very loudly and provocatively the goals of your favorite team, and that there could be some synchronicity when you come to see these fellow fans you don't know, but you know that they are fellow fans of the same team to experience the same emotion. But typically, I would say that feelings of togetherness in those situations emerge from this imagination of being able to share the emotion with fellow group members. And this idea that when we are feeling something together, as I said, it's kind of thematically or unthematically part of the shared emotion. So it might be there through this presumption or assumption that there are these other group members who feel the same in this situation, relating to this event from the same group perspective and feeling the same with me. But I would say that they are, of course, much weaker in that context than if you are together with others feeling this emotion. Then about this sense of togetherness and feelings of togetherness. I mean, this notion of sense of togetherness, as for instance understood by Tonhauser, seems to relate more to this what phenomenologists like Leon Zanto and Sahabi talk about, this group perspective already. So when you are feeling an emotion as a group member or as one of us, that is already part of this sense, that already incorporates this sense of togetherness. And feelings of togetherness, as I wanted to make this distinction between feelings of togetherness as this reciprocal emotion between the group members, is a different thing than awareness that there are others with whom I'm having this emotion, which is sense of togetherness. So I want to make this distinction between these phenomena. But of course, it's a kind of precondition for having feelings of togetherness that you have this sense of togetherness, that there are others with whom you are feeling the emotion. But they're not the same thing, I would say.
Thank you. Okay, we have 2 minutes left. Santiago Sorrigues, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it well. If it's a quick question, then you can make it now. Otherwise, in the plenary discussion, you decide what to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll try to be as fast as possible. Thank you, Professor Salmela, for your exposition. It was very interesting. I have two points. The first of them is I thought about a particular phenomena, which is in the field of politics. You thought about the example of the orchestra, and you talked about second-person engagement and how there is a certain affective convergence that needs to be there in order to produce this feeling of togetherness, and it is not sufficient with a second-person engagement. I thought then of mass political events, for example, which have to do with hate speeches, and I thought then that it's the second person engagement is not sufficient to create or to give way to the sense of togetherness, because in the case of the orchestra, in comparison with, for example, speech of hate and massification in political terms, there is not this effective convergence which certain political leaders which reinforce this type of speeches always tend to reinforce this cognitive, this emotional sense that we share the same anger. Whereas in the case of the orchestra, there is a certain specialization of the roles which makes the group more heterogeneous instead of more homogeneous. So I would like to ask you whether you think that this heterogeneity or homogeneity of the group has to do, is a certain factor which has to do with the feeling of togetherness.
Very good question. I mean, I would say that this second person engagement is central for creating homogeneity in the group, because it's the kind of mechanism that allows us to see through the eyes of others. And when that is reciprocal, we come to perceive more similarity between us than if we wouldn't have this second person engagement. And in that respect, it's kind of provides the ground for then having these shared emotions. And what is the role of populist leaders? I mean, they reinforce this second person engagement or self-categorization by kind of addressing as us, or addressing voters or supporters in certain roles or in terms of certain identities. Typically, it's this kind of victimhood identity, that you're victims of some evil government officials or some other group, politically oriented group, that is kind of trying to enforce some kind of norms of speech, for instance, in society, and so forth. And by reinforcing this shared identity on the listeners, they kind of make ground for then these shared emotions that are attached to these identities, in terms of which they address the audience. That would be my take on this issue.
All right, thank you very much. Also for the questions, of course, as you know, we have afterwards the plenary discussion. We have now 1 hour break, so we meet again at 1 o'clock. We leave the session open. We just shut down the videos and the microphones. So if some of you want to stay here and chat and discuss and have lunch together, please feel free to do it. Or you can also disconnect, and then we will admit you afterwards again. Thank you again to Jérôme, Miko, our speakers for the first session. Thank you for the questions, and see you later. Thanks a lot.
Again, I would like to invite everyone who has their cameras off to consider turning the cameras on, just to make the meeting a bit more cozy and personal. And then we can start. And I'm really pleased and happy to introduce the first speaker of our second session. That is Simone Aurora. And Simone is a research assistant at the University of Padova, and his main research interests lie in phenomenology, French contemporary philosophy, and history of science. And today Simone will present a paper called From the Field of Consciousness to the Social Field, Aaron Gurvich's Theory of Organization. Simone, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks Linus, and thanks to you for being here again, and thank you in advance for the attention. So the title of my talk, as Linas was saying, is From the Field of Consciousness to the Social Field, Aaron Gurvich's Theory of Organization. So, as the title clearly suggests, my aim today is to present Aaron Gurvich's phenomenological theory of organization, which Gurvich first presented in his dissertation of 1929, whose title is Phenomenology of Thematics and of Pure Ego, Studies of the Relation between Gestalt Theory and Phenomenology. And then he developed in more detail in his major work of 1957, The Field of Consciousness. Although I will refer to these two important works, I will focus my attention especially on another book, the habilitation thesis that was completed in 1933, but only posthumously published in 1977, with the title Human Encounters in the Social World. In this book, Gurvich tries to apply his theory of the field of consciousness, which was first most elaborated to offer a phenomenological description of perception and other cognitive activities, to the domain of intersubjectivity, and thus to the sphere of the Milieuwelt, as Gurvich names social reality, in accordance with an expression coined by Max Scheler. Indeed, I do believe that this book, however neglected, represents, as Alexander Metreux states in the preface of the book, I quote, a valuable contribution to social phenomenology and fundamental discussions on the foundation of the social sciences. As an application of the field theory to the realm of social experience, the book tries to present, as we shall see, a sort of mereological description of social relations. And in this sense, I hope that it offers an original understanding of some of the key concepts and key notions which lie at the center of this workshop. And in the first place, the notions of familiarity and togetherness. So in the next section, I will try to present a basic outline of Gurvich's theory of the field of consciousness. In the author's introduction to this book, which opens the third volume of his collected works, Gurvich presents the kind of phenomenological problems he will deal with as follows, and I quote, experience always presents us with objects, things, events, etc., within certain contexts and contextures, and never with isolated and scattered data and facts. For a field theory of consciousness, there arises the task of investigating the articulation of the total field of consciousness and of bringing out the patterns and forms in which co-present data are organized with respect to each other. To develop a field theory of consciousness is to embark upon an analysis of the phenomenon of context in general, as well as upon the eventual disclosure of different types of context. Context will here be understood as experienced context, that is, which presents itself to the experiencing subject's mind. Therefore, our analysis will be descriptive in character. We shall endeavor to account for context in terms of experience of context, end quote. The theory of the field of consciousness is thus a phenomenological description of context and of contextual patterns as they manifest themselves in conscious experience. Given this account of the theory of the field of consciousness, an application of it to the social realm, defined by intersubjective relations, appears to be perfectly consequent. Indeed, if in the field of consciousness, Gurvich describes the different ways in which objects present themselves together to conscious experience, in human encounters in the social world, he describes the different ways in which subjects present themselves together, aiming to define the fundamental structures according to which presiding over, so aiming to define the fundamental structures presiding over the experience of social work. Before exploring Woolwich's theory of the field, it is necessary to underline one of its cornerstones, one of its theoretical cornerstones, namely what Woolwich names the principle of organization as an autochthonous feature of experience. According to this thesis, as he writes, organization is inherent and immanent in immediate experience and not brought about by a special organizing principle, agency, or activity. Before the very eyes of the experiencing subject, the experiential stream itself undergoes a phenomenal transformation in that organization appears, whereas a moment before it was altogether absent. Organization emerges out of the experiential stream and thus proves a feature immanent to and established by immediate experience, not bestowed upon the latter from without. End quote. The fundamental point that needs to be highlighted is that organization, according to Woolwich, is not something pertaining to a psychological agency or to a subjective act. Quite the contrary, subjectivity becomes nothing more than a positional concept or a topological index, which does not preside over organization, but partake in a, I quote, a universal formal pattern of organization realized in every field of consciousness, regardless of content. Every field of consciousness, Woolwich writes further, comprises three domains, or, so to speak, extends in three dimensions. First, the theme, which is that with which the subject is dealing, which at the given moment occupies the focus of his attention, engrosses his mind, and upon which his mental activity concentrates. Secondly, the thematic field, which we find as the totality of facts which are co-present with the theme, which are experienced as having material relevancy or pertinence to the theme. In the third place, the margin comprises facts which are merely co-present with the theme, but have no material relevancy to it. In the 1929 book, we find this definition of theme, so of the first level organization of the field of consciousness. I quote again, without exception, in what follows, we shall designate with theme that which is given to consciousness precisely just as and only to the extent to which it is given and as it is disclosed by a strictly descriptive analysis. When we speak of the theme of an act of consciousness, we mean accordingly the object as it stands before our mind, as is meant and intended through the act in question. In the present essay, the term theme has a noematic meaning, and the phenomenology of the theme is a noematic analysis. So the theme is something complex, but manifests itself as a unitary contact to consciousness. If I'm perceiving a book, for instance, this manifests itself to me as made up of different parts, and yet as a single content, namely as a book. What allows the theme to present itself as unitary? Although it seems complex in nature, here Woolwich makes explicitly use of Gestalt laws and designates the principle of organization of the theme through the expression of Gestalt coherence. There is no unifying principle or agency over and above the parts or constituents which coexist in the relationship of mutually demanding and supporting each other. The Gestalt, the whole of Gestalt character, is the system, having internal unification of the functional significances of its constituents. It is the balanced and equilibrated belonging and functioning together of the parts, the functional tissue which the parts form, more correctly, in which they exist in their interdependence and interdetermination. The unity of the theme thus proves unity by Gestalt coherence throughout, entirely and exclusively, Upon establishing the concept of Gestalt coherence, we set forth the first dimension of conjunctions, or the first formal type of organization. I try to explain a bit better myself by using another example. When I'm experiencing a table, for instance, I'm experiencing it from a specific perspective, from which the table manifests itself as something unitary, although displaying several features, a shape, a color, etc., a size, and so on. What allows then the theme, or the noema in Husserlian terms, to present itself as unitary, although complex in nature? Here Woolwich makes, again, explicit use of Gestalt theory and defines the principle of organization of the theme as Gestalt coherence. As he writes in the Field of Consciousness, I quote, "The integration of a constituent into a whole of Gestalt character purports absorption of the constituent into the organization structure of the whole. To be a constituent, and in this sense, a part of a Gestalt, means to exist at a certain place within the structure of the whole and to occupy a certain locus in the organization of the Gestalt. The locus can be defined only with reference to and from the point of view of the topography of the whole. By virtue of its absorption into the structure and organization of a Gestalt contexture, the constituent in question is endowed with a functional significance for that contexture." End quote. So each part of a theme has a functional significance to each other, and accordingly, the theme is a unity by Gestalt coherence, in Woolwich's wording. The theme, however, never manifests itself as isolated, but always as emerging from a field, which Woolwich called thematic field, and which represents thus the second level of the field of consciousness. The appearance of a theme, and I'm quoting again, must be described as emergence from a field in which the theme is located, occupying the center, so that the field forms background with respect to the theme. The theme carries a field along with it, so as not to appear and be present to consciousness, except as being in and pointing to the field. This, of course, does not mean that a given theme is indissolubly connected with only one field. It is only the formal type and structure of organization, the formal condition that every theme appears in and refers to some field, which is an invariant of consciousness. End quote. Thus, what is invariant is the fact that each and every theme refers to a thematic field, which Woolwich also calls context. What links the theme to its thematic field and unites the different components of a thematic field is another kind of relation, which Woolwich names unity by relevancy or unity by context. I quote, "Besides being co-present with the theme, the data falling under a thematic field appear, moreover, as being a certain concern to the theme. They have something to do with it. They are relevant to it. Here, the relationship is not merely that of simultaneity in phenomenal time, but is founded upon the material content of both the theme and the co-present data. Such a relationship is intrinsic since it concerns that experience together rather than the mere fact of its being experienced together. Items between which such an intrinsic relationship obtains do not merely coexist with each other. They are not merely juxtaposed. A unity with its own specific nature prevails between them. This unity, exemplified by the appearance of any theme within its thematic field, will be called unity by relevancy." End quote. The components that form the thematic field are not merely co-present with the theme. On the contrary, they are relevant to the theme, and it is the theme itself that somehow refers to them and it includes them in the field of consciousness. Mere co-presence, instead, is what characterizes the last level of the field of consciousness, which Woolwich calls marginal consciousness, and with which I end this first part of the talk to come to what is probably more interesting for us today. So the application of this kind of framework to the social world and social experiences. So the last level of the field of consciousness is what Woolwich calls marginal consciousness, whose principle of organization, as we shall see, is mere simultaneity. I quote, "Whatever datum is experienced simultaneously to the theme, but does not relate to it through relevancy, falls into the margin, which in our previous discussions has proven to be a domain of irrelevancy and mere copresence." Unquote. What is important to claim with reference to the marginal level of the field is that although it is a domain of irrelevancy and mere copresence, it is not completely devoid of organization. The relation that links the marginal level to the theme and thematic field is, as I was saying, simultaneity. Thus, simultaneity is the principle of organization of marginal consciousness. What manifests itself as not having a functional significance with the theme nor contextual relevancy, but it's nonetheless simultaneously present, is a component of marginal consciousness. Therefore, not everything can enter the marginal consciousness, but only that which is simultaneously experienced together with the theme. Marginal consciousness is thus the dimension of contingency, as Woolwich writes. I come now to the second part. So I will now try to describe how Woolwich applies this theoretical framework to the analysis and phenomenological description of social experience. We have indeed now all the necessary elements to explore the application of the field theory to the realm of social world and to assess its consequences with respect to the definition of some classic sociological categories, like, for instance, society and community, as well as the notions like those of togetherness and familiarity, which, as you all know, lie at the center of our attention today. Of course, due to time constraints, I will present an oversimplified account of Woolwich insights. I will follow the presentation of the different patterns of social relations according to the order followed by Woolwich. If in the field of consciousness, Woolwich goes from the tightest relational structures to the loosest ones, in social encounter in the social world, he goes the other way around. So we start with the weakest level of social organization, which is, according to Woolwich, Gesellschaft, society, we could translate, and whose principle of organization is what Woolwich names Partnerschaft. So the next section is called Partnerschaft and Gesellschaft. By drawing from the works of Tönnies and Schmalenbach, Woolwich describes Gesellschaft as that, I quote, as that connection between people which obtains only in virtue of their functions in relation to something in common, end quote. As we shall see, Gesellschaft defines the minimum form of social relation, the weakest pattern of social togetherness, of the Zusammensein in der Milieuwelt, as Woolwich would say. Before turning to a better description of the structure of Gesellschaft and to analyze its organizational principle, that is Partnerschaft, a couple of points needs to be stressed. If we look at Gesellschaft from the vantage point of the theory of the field of consciousness, we could make a parallel with the level of marginal consciousness, since this represents the less organized dimension of the field of consciousness, as we have said. However, if mere co-presence is what identifies marginal consciousness, it seems that its socio-phenomenological equivalent involves more than mere co-presence or bare togetherness. the fact to have another subject as the content of conscious experience. It is true that in this case, we are not in front of two perfect equivalents. It is also true that this can be easily explained. So this not apparently perfect parallel can be easily explained. Suppose, for instance, that you are walking in the street and you are on your own, thinking about something you are worried for, and that at a certain point, you meet someone who is just walking on the other side of the street and whom you have no contact at all, although you are somehow aware of her presence. In this case, and according to the framework I am using, I would describe phenomenologically the situation as follows. What you are thinking about represents the theme of the field of consciousness. Let's say the health of your dog, which is ill. Whatever shows a material relevancy or a concrete pertinency with the theme is part of the thematic field. For instance, the doctor who is taking care of your dog, the medicines you have to buy, etc. Instead, the person who is simply passing by, showing no other connection with the theme and the thematic field as that of mere simultaneity, you experience that person simply while you are thinking about your dog health and so on, lies at the marginal level of consciousness. As a matter of fact, in this situation, no socially structured event occurs. No intersubjective relation takes place. The other person is simply a marginal content of consciousness, as it is the surface of the street you're walking on. In order to have an intersubjective relation, a social event, a link other than that of mere simultaneity is needed. And that's why a perfect parallel between the cognitive level of marginal consciousness and the social dimension of Gesellschaft is not possible. This notwithstanding, Gesellschaft still represents the minimum level of intersubjective relation and thus share some features with marginality. In order to understand why, we must turn to the principle of organization presiding over the dimension of Gesellschaft, namely the relation of Partnerschaft. Gesellschaft is that level of intersubjective organization whose elements are partners. Partners, Woolwich writes, by partially Togetherness, I quote, are essentially separated, and they remain separated in spite of all the possible connections. What connects partners is nothing but the matter which is at the core of their being together, and with which both deal. As soon as this matter is removed, partners separate themselves and have no more connection at all. Unquote. Woolwich then describes Partnerschaft in strict mereological terms by claiming that, I quote, in this sense, we understand human society, menschliche Gesellschaft, as a mere being together of independent people. In Gesellschaft, individuals precede connections. Connection is something supplementary, end quote. Partners, we could say by using a Husserl's mereological wording, are independent parts of the social whole they form. As a social structure, Gesellschaft is something occasional, contingent, and completely determined by a temporary circumstance. In this sense, we could say that Gesellschaft represents the marginal level of social experience, the weakest form of togetherness. When I go to the post office, for instance, the relationship between me and the employee is built on a mere functional positional relation. I need to send a package and I need that person to accomplish this task. In the strictest sense, it is not even an intersubjective, namely social relation. I quote, we encounter the partner in her role, in the role in which she exists hic et nunc, end quote. Partnerschaft is a role relation more than an intersubjective relation, and it obtains between two role holders, so to say, hic et nunc, in other words, in the domain of simultaneity. In this sense, Partnerschaft confirms to be the parallel of marginality. The second level of social organization is Gemeinschaft, community. Its principle of organization being Zugehörigkeit, that I propose to translate as membership. If the parallel with the theory of the field of consciousness holds, we should be here in front of the social equivalent of the level of the thematic field. Indeed, Gemeinschaft defines that social relationship that obtains between members who have something in common, which they all possess and which they all share. This common property, however, is not something transitory or occasional. It is rather something that they preserve and that, by being preserved, defines them as members of a community. Indeed, this common and shared property is what links together the members of a Gemeinschaft, among which obtains a relation of material relevancy. Membership, Woolwich writes, has here the meaning of Verwandtschaft, that we can also translate with the term familiarity. Indeed, as we have heard this morning, familiarity is somehow related to a sense of having experienced something before. If the temporal dimension of Gesellschaft and marginality was simultaneity, Gemeinschaft is thus strictly linked with past and history, according to Woolwich. Gemeinschaft, in which we are connected with other people, is based on itself, but juts out in the past and is rooted in the past. When we belong to a certain Gemeinschaft, we are linked to the past and we build with it and with the past generations a peculiar relation, end quote. This relation, which Woolwich names Zugehörigkeit, is the equivalent, I suggest, of the relation which presides over the thematic field, namely material relevancy. Coherently with Woolwich's framework, a mereological description of Gemeinschaft is then offered as well. I quote, this membership, this Zugehörigkeit, has the meaning of familiarity or kinship, Verwandtschaft, because it is rooted in a common past and shows the same motives and forces. One can therefore understand why, in the Gemeinschaft, the whole precedes the parts. End quote. Indeed, it is in the whole, the thematic field of familiarity, which set the relations that bind together the parts. It follows that parts, in this kind of social pattern, are non-independent with reference to the whole, since they are materially determined by the whole itself. Membership is thus a social interaction, which is much stronger than partnership, since it involves a form of non-independence and of time stability, which oppose to the independence and simultaneity of partnership. I come now to the third and the last level of social experience, according to Woolwich. So we can now turn, as I was saying, to the last level of social organization, which is the tightest one, and which Woolwich calls, in the wake of Hermann Schmalenbach, Bund, association. Although people join together freely into a Bund, Woolwich writes, by associating, they lose their individual being. In the Bund, in the association, there is a demand of complete and unconditional engagement. In the Bund, people join together freely into a structure which meaning lies in the fact that they have to completely dismantle their own identity. End quote. To designate the principle of organization presiding over this level, Woolwich uses the term Verschmelzung, fusion, which is a quite important notion within the history of phenomenology and German psychology. Indeed, the concept of fusion, Verschmelzung, was first introduced by Carl Stumpf, one of the masters of Woolwich, in his Tone Psychologie, especially in the second volume, which was published in 1890. Sorry. And this concept is also used by Husserl, for instance, in the logical investigations. According to Stumpf, two elements are fused together when they don't manifest themselves as a sum, A plus B, which allows them to preserve their individual identity, but rather as a whole, A, B, that is, as a unitary content which displays different features from those exhibited by the elements in their individuality. Analogously, it is not by chance that Woolwich chooses this term, because the notion of Verschmelzung has been considered, and so did Woolwich himself, as a precursor of the notion of Gestalt and a pivotal concept for the development of a mereological theory. This is significant in my view because in Woolwich's theory of consciousness, Gestalt coherence, as we have seen, was the principle of organization of the theme. Verschmelzung and Bund are thus the socio-phenomenological equivalents of Gestalt coherence and theme. The associates of a Bund lose their individual identity by becoming non-independent parts of a larger whole. This loss of individual identity derived from a complete and unconditional engagement to an ideal task, according to Woolwich, that has to be achieved. Thus, the temporal dimension of Bund is future. The associates strive and fight for something that they do not possess and that they want to attain. This explains why, according to Woolwich, Bund structures are often connected with political revolutionary movements. I come now briefly to my conclusion. And by concluding this talk, I would like to draw some theoretical consequences that derive from Woolwich's theory of the field of consciousness as applied to the domain of social reality, and that were, for the most part, implicit contained in the argument I tried to outline. So first, Woolwich's approach can be described as a phenomenological transcendental theory of society. Field theory is transcendental insofar as it intends to show, I quote, that without which the possible would not be possible, end quote. If we consider its application to the social field, we have that the theory intends to show that without which social constructs would not be possible. Moreover, it is transcendental because it is not grounded on psychological or empirical elements, but rather into a structural eidetic description of social experience as it is given to consciousness. This does not imply, of course, any refusal of the valuable contributions brought by other disciplines like psychology, cognitive sciences, sociology, anthropology, etc. However, according to Woolwich, these contributions, results, and empirical results need to be integrated into a transcendental philosophical framework in order to achieve the fundamental structures of experience, in order to describe the fundamental structures of experience. Second consequence, the parallel between theory of consciousness and theory of society allows for an integrate description of conscious experience, since it can be theoretically extended to every realm of conscious experience, which, according to Woolwich, always presents this three-layered structure with which we have built. Third consequence, these three layers must be understood as composing a dynamic patterns. This means that our social life continuously moves among these three levels. Fourth, from the parallel built by Woolwich, it follows that Gesellschaft represents the weakest form of social construct and accordingly demands the weakest form of social consciousness. This means, in my view, that every intersubjective phenomenon that can occur in this sphere, in the sphere of Gesellschaft, such as, for instance, ethical, political, emotional phenomena, present themselves in their weakest form. On the contrary, it is at the level of association, of Bund, with Woolwich's words, that all the intersubjective phenomena assume their maximum intensity. Fifth and last remark, concluding remark, this framework can be used, in my view, as a tool to interpret the contemporary crisis of social interaction and political structures, first and foremost of representative democracy. Indeed, as a juridical formal construction, democracy seems to demand for mere togetherness and artificial familiarity. This is all the more true given the crisis of classic intermediate political entities like political parties, trade unions, etc., and the gradually increase and empowerment of digital and virtual relationships. To react to this crisis and to reestablish the social and political weight of democracy and of intersubjective agency, it is necessary to reassess the value of the level of association, Bund. This implies also a shift in the concept of political agency and social relations, from a formal representative concept to what we have tried to call a jurisprudential one, according to which the core of political and intersubjective agency lies in the building of social entities that focus on common, punctual, and circumscribed issues. Thanks for your attention. And of course, I will be happy to answer to your questions.
Thanks again, Simone. That was really interesting and insightful and integrative talk. And yes, I would like to invite you all to pose your questions either verbally or in the chat. And I already see that Eric has a question. Eric, please.
Yes, Simone, thank you for this immersive talk. It was great listening to you. I have just two tiny questions. The first one is concerning Bund, because it seems to me that it's just an idea. It's just an idealistic conception. And it can't be the case. It's a mystery to me. And I just interested how Woolwich sees while mentioning this kind of possibility, if he is discussing it in some kind of postmodern view of society. Like, yeah, that's the first part. And the second is really just a quick one. I'm interested in the notion of context. Mm-hmm. Does Woolwich use the word context as a terminus technicus and differentiates? Does he differentiate it from, for example, situation like Karl Bühler does, or is it more an umbrella term for everything? Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So I think I can start with this second one, which is easier to answer. I would say that it's a sort of umbrella notion. Why? Because context, according to Woolwich, is a transcendental notion. That is, it's just a formal type of organization, so to say. Woolwich does use the term situation, but he uses to define context within the realm of social experience. So we could say situation is the translated version of context into social terms, so to say. The first one, a first remark that needs to be made is that Woolwich does not return on this kind of issues in his later works. So it's sort of unicum in Gurbich's work. So what we have is just this book on these issues. I mean, there's something he writes about Schutz, who was a close friend of him, but nothing really consistent from a theoretical point of view. Not so much as we can find it in this book. Anyway, I do understand your point, and I think that we could answer in two ways. First, what Woolwich is interested in is this sort of mereological description of society. So Bund defines a type of mereological organization, so to say, and is quite a formal concept. Then he tries, of course, to he does make examples, and these examples are political parties, political movements, and so on. And the second thing, so it's probably you're right. It's more a formal descriptive concept than a operative one. So when we have to concretely think about what a Bund is, it's not that easy, maybe, because of course I said political parties, but then if we think about the structure of political parties, even in the 30s, I'm not sure we could talk about Bund in this meaning. So it could be problematic. I think that one of the last things I said was an attempt to give to this idea of a Bund, of association, more concrete political and social meaning. And we are with our research group now, so with Professor Ametta and colleagues, we are reflecting, for instance, on the problem of the ecological crisis. And in this case, for instance, it seems to us that political agency is much more effective when it is conducted by, small or associations which focus on very specific problems and issues, and for a sort of social structure which is not ruled by the mechanism of representation as classic political parties. So it's more like a model for punctual action which unites different individuals which are united in virtue of this practical idea. So to this political task, or to this social task, and so on. So I'm not sure I answered, but this is an attempt to try to give a more effective understanding of what Woolwich means by using the word and the term Bund. So.
Thank you.
Lucy?
Thanks for such a rich talk. My question is very open, I'm afraid. I really enjoyed your concluding remarks. It was more kind of, I was hoping to maybe invite you to say a little bit more about whether, for instance, you think society, community, and Bund, as Gurwitch envisaged them, like, do you think we could find those in an online sphere, for instance? Do you think that any of these actually won't translate onto an online sphere? I wondered if that's kind of what you might be hinting at, and why we might be politically very concerned if that were the case. So I'm sorry, that's extremely open, but I liked where you were pointing, and I was wondering if you had any more thoughts that you could share with us on that.
So I haven't worked specifically on it, so I can try to sketch an answer. I mean, I would also in this case answer in two ways. So if the framework works, then it should work also for how can we call them, digital social experiences or something like this, online virtual experiences. So if it doesn't work for such experiences, then it means that the model is weak. So first, it should work. And I can try to imagine how it would work. For instance, the level of Gesellschaft, so we could say of the mere togetherness, is something that I think is really much present in the digital, virtual, social, relational field, I would say, because it involves simultaneity, and so we have to be here together, but often it includes not much more than bare simultaneity. So it's just you know, it's just being together. And for instance, think about how it has changed our way to buy things, for instance. It's just that maybe we are not meeting people who work, but we just click on a button, and then we can accomplish our task of buying something. And in this case, there's a sort of relation, of social relation, but is mere togetherness, I would say. So it's just that we have to be there at the right time, in the right virtual place or space, so to say. Familiarity, so the second level, for instance, and so the level of Gemeinschaft, of community, I think is also present in the digital sphere, and I think there are expressions that make this explicit. We talk about the social communities, for instance. I don't know if it's if they are real communities in the classic meaning, but why we talk about social communities? Because in these communities we somehow share a common past. So we know each other. So it's not a mere togetherness, but it's a relation of familiarity with someone or with something which we share in common. And for the last level, so association, the only thing I could think about, and this maybe could represent also an answer to the first questions, is digital or online political agency. So on very focused issues, and that somehow have a meaning only insofar as they exist to achieve this goal. So I would say something like this, but as I was saying, I've not worked specifically on it, so it's a very oversimplified. Just I was just thinking loud, so to say. Thanks for the questions. Anyway,
Eric.
Yeah, thanks again. Since I don't know how elaborated Woolwich account on those phenomena is, I'm interested if he gives some attendance to what Plessner calls Unergründlichkeit, like the unpredictability of human individuals, especially regarding the possible constitution of social units. I mean, it's something I would guess is diametral to all types of social constitution, and so this is the reason why I'm really interested if he's aware of this kind of otherness of the other. In the end, it's the other stays unpredictable. At the end.
Yes, I think that this can be a theoretical problem within Gurbich's framework and in general Gurbich's philosophical project, because since it is a theory of organization, it tends to exclude unpredictable events. In the sense that by using the notion of situation, Gurbich basically claims that it is a situation that determines the relations that will obtain among subjects. So it's a sort of I mean, I want to say that it's a deterministic, of course, framework, but it tends to be a bit deterministic. So given that situation, then we have a set of possibilities which can occur and a set of possibilities which cannot occur. And anyway, there are no real reflection by Gurbich on things like unpredictable events, or even otherness in Levinasian meanings, for instance. So the I would say no, but I acknowledge that this can be a problem. And since it is, again, a theory of organization, I think he tends to build an oversimplified picture in order to make the model function. But it's a shortcoming, probably, yes.
Sonia.
Thank you, Simone. It was very interesting and insightful. I really enjoyed it. I have a very brief question and I don't want to steal too much time. If you just could a little bit more explain the connection between Verschmelzung and Bund, so the loss of individual identity and bond, because if I understood your talk correctly, then the bond, the dimension of the bond, is something you wish for the development of like our political dimension. So it's something that you think could be useful for the jurisprudential like way of interpreting the political dimension of society. I just don't get really the point how I mean, how the loss of individual identity or the Verschmelzung could be then a positive thing to wish for in order to to get what you call then a stronger political connection and action. So do you think it is, I mean, don't you think they are kind of in contrast, those two elements in light of a positive project, so to say? I'm sorry, maybe it wasn't very clear, but I hope you get the point. Yes. Thank you again.
And probably I also due time constraints, and because I just sketched the conclusions, I wasn't able to be clear enough. So thanks for the question, because it allows me maybe to clarify a bit. Verschmelzung is just, according to Gurvich, a type of relation in which, again, the fundamental thing in this respect is that the whole the whole precedes its parts. And if you think about the parallel with his classic theory of consciousness, it's Bund is the parallel with theme. Okay, so according to Gurvich, the theme is which gives a point of orientation to consciousness. So it's like it's the theme that determines the field of consciousness. And of course, you can change your theme, and you can change the way you relate to other subjects and so on. But the Bund, according to Woolwich, is a social pattern in which you have not individuals that somehow decide what to do and so on, but there's something urgent. There's a common issue that subjectifies the individuals, so that bring them together in order to form a strong social and also political structure in order to strive for achieving the task, which is not something that they have decided be their task, something that the situation has produced as their theme, their focus of action. So it is in this sense. So I'm not sure I answered again, but it's more like to say it's not something which is subject oriented, like when I go to the post office, I just have to accomplish my task. I doesn't care about the other person whom I'm meeting and so on. In this case, I'm not, it's not a decision, an individual decision, but it's like an urgency that comes from the situation.
Okay.
And impose itself as a theme and as a focus of the social and of social building of relation and of political agency.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Simone, for your interesting talk. Thanks a lot for the questions of the audience. Don't forget that we will still have time to discuss further details of Curvature's proposal later in the plenary discussion. But now we finally turn to our online proper. And so we will now hear the second talk in our afternoon session. And it will be by Lucy Osler, who is a postdoctoral research fellow at the Center for Subjectivity Research at the University of Copenhagen, where she is also a prolific member of a project Antagonistic Political Emotions. And Lucy specializes in phenomenology, embodiment, online sociality, intersubjectivity, philosophy of emotions, and psychopathology. And today she will tell us about empathy, togetherness, and familiarity from offline to online. Lucy.
Thank you, Dennis, for that very kind introduction. Right, we're going to go through my fear every time as someone who's meant to work on the internet about sharing my slides. Is that working for everyone? And you can see my slides, not anything else. Super. Right. I'm really excited to talk about this today. It was when I got the invitation from our lovely organizers, it seemed like a really lovely excuse to try and drill down and explore something that has been at the back of my mind for ages. So my talk's going to be about empathy, togetherness, and familiarity, and I'm going to primarily talk about it in terms of how these might happen online, because these are the issues I'm struggling with most. So I'm hoping that I might be able to abuse your collective intellect to help me think through some of these things. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to present a very quick and dirty notion of empathy and togetherness as I'm using it, and give an even more quick and dirty overview of some recent work that I've done, arguing that we should think about how we can empathetically perceive others online as well as experience a sense of, or feeling of togetherness. I must be clear to say feeling of togetherness with other people online. I'm then going to introduce what I'm calling the Familiarity Challenge, which is based on a common response I've had to my work from a lot of my undergraduate students, as well as Miko, who unfortunately is not here. I was hoping he was going to tell me why I was wrong, or if I could convince him I'm right. I'm then going to try and come up with a slightly more specific understanding of what familiarity in this familiarity challenge might be. And then I'm going to think about how familiarity relates, or I might argue doesn't relate as much as we might think, to empathy and togetherness online. So into the quick and dirty stuff. So empathy, here I'm going to be employing this term the way that most classical phenomenologists are using it and a lot of our contemporary phenomenologists. So just as a heads up, I'm using this term in a very specific manner that doesn't always sit very neatly with how we use empathy in our colloquial lives in terms of maybe feeling for someone. So the starting point is really this, is that phenomenologists have taken a lot of time and energy emphasizing that when we are going about our daily lives in the world, we don't just encounter others in the world as just these weird physical bodies that we don't know what to do with. Rather, we actually experience subjects who are external to us, and as Stein nicely puts it, of whose experiences we know. Now, this is, in some ways, seems very simple, but is rather radical a statement because it directly opposes kind of a starting point that we find in social cognition called the problem of other minds, which often assumes that, in fact, we do meet people out there and we have to work out how on earth we could possibly know that they're experiencing foreign subjects and have to work out how we might know what their experiences are. Phenomenologists, rather than sort of thinking about subjects as kind of some inner soul or inner set of mental states that's hidden behind a body, emphasize that we are embodied experiencing subjects. So what they're doing here is trying to push back on the idea that other people's subjectivity and their expressed experience is kind of tucked away inside their skin and skulls. What they want to argue is that your sort of alterity and at least some of your experience isn't tucked away at all. It's in fact empathetically perceivable by me. So I think Dan Zahavi kind of nicely characterizes it in this lovely short little quote where he says that it's not that when I see you smiling that I've got to infer from that that you're happy, or imagine that maybe because you're smiling that means you are happy. Rather, I see your happiness in your smile directly, immediately, and non-inferentially. And empathy, in this kind of phenomenological technical term, this is the term that's being used for this special other-directed act where we perceive the other's expressive experience. And the idea behind empathetic perception is when I empathetically perceive, say, your happiness in your smile, I'm not kind of peering at your body as some weird object, right? Rather, I'm attending to your lived expressive body, your body through which you're living and expressing and acting through. And Schutz describes our lived body as a field of expression. I'm just going to mention this kind of shamelessly quickly, but maybe we'll come back to it a bit later. What I think is really interesting about talking about the lived body or the lived body as a field of expression, we should be careful not to assume that the lived body perfectly maps on or is constrained by the limits of our physical body. There's ways in which our lived body or our field of expression can kind of incorporate parts of the world. So one of the examples I've been thinking about in terms of this is you could imagine if, say, I had lost one of my arms and had a prosthetic limb, and I was kind of waving to you enthusiastically, trying to get your attention and get you to come over and hang out with me, that it seems really artificial to say that you can empathetically perceive all my expressivity up until the point where my prosthetic limb starts. We want to say that the field of expression incorporates that object. And this will be important based on how I want to talk about the internet a little bit later. So just a couple of caveats. What's empathetic perception is not trying to say is that when I perceive your happiness, for instance, that means your happiness is given to me the way that you experience. It's retaining an asymmetry between how I might experience happiness and my ability to perceive your happiness. It's also not trying to say that we're able to perceive all experiences. It's getting at like in some instances we can perceive the other's expressive experience. And also I think this is really important to bear in mind. this is not a claim about how well we might perceive other people's expressive experience and their subjectivity. It's getting at how we do it. And why that is important is that it's certainly the case that my empathetic perception, just like all other perceptual experiences, can get it wrong. So I might mistake Linus's smile at me as a smile of happiness when he is in fact grimacing at my presence. And finally, just to again, like limit the scope of this claim, is those who typically defend empathy are not saying this is the only way that we experience others. Rather, this is the fundamental way that we encounter others as subjects in the first place and can perceive their embodied expressivity. But we certainly might use other tools. So for instance, I might empathetically perceive my sister's happiness in her smile, but infer that she's happy because it is her birthday tomorrow. And I might imagine that she's extra specially happy because last year she had her birthday in lockdown and this year she can actually go and see people. So empathy doesn't preclude us using other tools. Now, togetherness, again, quick and dirty definition, I'm afraid. What I mean by togetherness here, again, I'm following phenomenologists, and luckily both Simone and Miko have done some of the work for me here, is saying that when we talk about togetherness, I'm not referring just to physical togetherness in terms of co-presence with other people. I'm trying to get at something along the lines of a feeling of togetherness with others. And it's certainly not the case, and again, Simone has already done the legwork for me here, it's not the case for us to just be in the same space with one another. And this is also picked up in lots of loneliness literature, where they really emphasize things like I can feel deeply alone while I am around other people, for instance, while I'm in a crowd. So physical presence doesn't secure a feeling of togetherness. Now, importantly, empathetic perception doesn't secure togetherness either. I can perfectly well perceive someone as being really angry and feel myself to be very cut off from them or afraid from them. So just being able to empathetically perceive someone doesn't give us togetherness either. The togetherness I want to think about is the togetherness that's discussed in the context of shared or we experiences. And as I think was already emphasized, I'm going to draw from the work of Gerda Walter here, because I think she provides a particularly nuanced way of thinking about these shared or communal experiences. I'm going to draw on two ways that she conceives of kind of togetherness. She actually has a raft of other ways, but I'll try and keep it short. So what I wanted to start by saying is that we might think about the togetherness we experience in what Walter calls actual we experiences. So these are the sorts of experiences where we want to say that we're not just having parallel or similar experiences, but where we're doing something or feeling something, where we want to say that we're doing or feeling it together as a we. So the example I'm just going to use here to illustrate this is a really classic one in the literature of talking about watching a movie together as a we. So what would we need for this to take place? Well, Walter says that we must share the same intentional content. If my sister and I to be said to be watching a movie together, it seems reasonable to suppose that we need to be directed towards the same movie. We have to be mutually and reciprocally aware of one another. It doesn't seem to qualify as watching it together if my sister happens to be watching it in the room, but I actually have no idea that she's present, or vice versa. And Walter says we need even more than this. We actually need to be affecting or influencing one another's experiences. So there's something about the quality of the experience which is different or enhanced or enriched in some ways because we're together. So in our movie example, we might think of something like how like comedies, for instance, we might experience as funnier because we're watching it together with someone rather than just watching it on our own. And as Miko highlighted this morning, Walter says that we need a feeling of unification or togetherness with others. And this togetherness is intended to be an affective component. It's a felt sense of connectedness, not just an act of cognition or of judgment. Now, what I think is interesting about Walter is she says, okay, so this is how we might feel this kind of really explicit feeling of togetherness. But she goes on to say that our feeling of togetherness is not merely a current unifying of oneself with another, but it can also be habitual. And I'm going to describe this as a sedimented togetherness that we might experience with others. So she suggests that where we have experienced an actual we experience with someone else or multiple actual we experiences with someone else, that feeling of togetherness can become sedimented. So I can, for instance, continue to feel this feeling of togetherness with my sister, even outside of the context of us actually engaging in something that meets all those requirements of an actual we experience. And Anthony Cogno has a lovely description of this when he's talking about Walter that I really like, where he says that friends, lovers, or members of a group may dwell together, may feel togetherness without exchanging words or signs, but they know they are together as one. I think I'd want to say that they feel that they are together as one. It's kind of this background sense of togetherness. Right. So that's the quick and dirty introduction to empathy and togetherness. What I've been recently working on is how we might think about notions of empathy and togetherness when we're dealing with online interpersonal interactions. And I've been arguing that we should defend the idea that we can empathetically perceive people online in certain situations. So wonderful excuse to talk about this when we're in an online conference. What I want to defend is the idea that I can still directly and non-inferentially perceive, say, Sonia's smile while we're on Zoom without my having to be physically present with her. I do not think that simply because Sonia's lived body is mediated by speakers and screens, that somehow that throws me into a place where I'm having to infer, guess, or imagine what her experience is. I'm not just looking at my screen or attending to the pixels, I'm perceiving her expressive body. And we can think of it, it's analogous to the point we made right at the beginning, that I don't go around typically experience other people's bodies as weird objects, but as lived bodies. Likewise, I don't typically spend my time on Zoom looking at the pixels as opposed to looking at the person and their expressive behavior. So I think what's interesting here is to emphasize that what is mediated here is the other person's body. It's not that my empathetic perception itself is mediated. And why this is important is I think it leads us to distinguishing mediated in the sense of, sorry, Sonia, I'm going to continue using you, Sonia's body being technologically mediated, and the immediacy with which I grasp her movements and behavior as expressive. So I think we can talk about direct, non-inferential, immediate, as in the sense of without inference perception in a mediated context. Now, I think Zoom is kind of my cheap argument. My more radical argument is that we could extend this notion of empathetic perception even when I can no longer see or hear the other's body as obviously as cases as Zoom. I think we might be able to talk about at least a certain amount, even if it's a limited amount of empathetic perception, when we are thinking about cases of instant messaging. Now, this is, I will strike people as a real leap from arguing from Zoom to instant messaging, because I can't see faces or hear voices here. What I have is words and symbols on a screen. And indeed, we might think that this is in fact exactly the archetypical example of not having direct access to the other's expressive lived body, but only to signs from which we must infer or imagine their experience. Now, I'm giving a very truncated overview of this, but what I've argued is that I think describing our experiences of reading instant messages where I'm sharing the same temporal presence with someone, I don't think it really is like reading a script from which we must infer or imagine the other's experience. I think it's missing out on a really important aspect of these experiences, namely what I'm trying to describe as expressive dynamism. So when my sister is messaging me about her new promotion, for instance, and she's doing it in all caps, she's got lots of emojis, and I think maybe this is a particularly keen point, she's messaging at this like really fast, frenetic pace where the messages are coming in very quickly. I think that it is right to say that I perceive the tone of her messages, that I'm not performing something that looks like inference or imagination. And the argument, this is where it kind of ties back into this prosthetic limb argument, is that I think what I want to say is something like the way she is using and expressing herself through the tool of her phone and through the tool of language is that she's extending her field of expression. And this gives me empathetic access to her. Sorry, I just keep moving all your faces around so you're not on my text. So that's kind of my very short overview of why I think we justified in thinking about empathy taking place online in certain instances. But I also want to argue that we can experience togetherness online. And I think one way to motivate this is we can think about how an actual we experience might happen online by just taking or watching our movie example and just translating that or transposing that into an online context. I've certainly had this experience through lockdown, and I hope some other people have as well, because it will help my intuition pump here, is that my sister and I have watched movies together over lockdown, despite the fact that she's back in the UK and I'm here in Copenhagen, that we can individually set up our streaming platforms, coordinate when we start the time of our movie, and then we can either have each other on Zoom or we can be texting each other throughout. And I think that in this sort of example, it seems that we're sharing an intentional object, we're both watching the same type movie, even if the token is different. We've got reciprocal and mutual awareness of each other. I think we can be said to be affecting and influencing one another's experience. And I think it's right to say that I feel together with her in these situations. I also think that we can argue for this more sedimented togetherness online. Again, this is drawn from something I actually do with my sister. Is that through lockdown, we often would have Zoom open together throughout the day, even if we weren't having a direct conversation with one another. We just kind of had each other on in the background while we got on with our own things. So we're certainly not engaging in an actual we experience in that situation. But I think we can still talk about this kind of background, I've used the word sense here, good thing Miko's not here, feeling of habitual togetherness. So I think that we can still think about how sedimented togetherness might, and this is borrowing from Calcagno's wording, mark our dwelling with one another in an online context. And we might even want to go so far to say that perhaps even just knowing that my sister is just a text away is enough for me to experience a kind of continued background feeling of togetherness with her. Right, the familiarity challenge. So my claims about online interpersonal encounters have commonly been met with the following response. And when I say commonly, I mean basically in every lecture or talk or casual conversation I've had about this is expressed. That people are quite open to the idea that empathetic perception might happen online. And they're quite open to the idea that togetherness might happen online, but only in the case where it's with someone that I already know offline. So they'd be open to the idea that I can do these things with my sister, but seem reticent to extend this claim to encounters with strangers, with people I've only ever encountered online. And this is why I was delighted when I got invited, because it's expressed exactly in this terms, that we should only allow for the possibility of online empathy and online togetherness when we are dealing with encounters with individuals who we are, and I direct quote from many, are already familiar with from our offline lives. Now, what I'm going to do in the rest of this talk is I did not have this intuition at all. So what I'm trying to do is generously construct why I think people think familiarity is really important. I'm then going to try and disassemble that. What I would be very grateful for is if anyone has any other intuitions about why familiarity might be really important that I've overlooked. So it's one of these weird situations that people keep using the same word at me, but no one's actually given me a concrete reason as to why they want to impose this familiarity caveat. And I'm trying to do a generous reconstruction of what I think that argument might be. But first and foremost, what is familiarity? So this was a new foray into this concept for me. And when I was thinking about it as an initial starting point, I came up with these three different forms of familiarity. So the first is what I've labeled practical familiarity. So we might talk about how I'm familiar with how to use a certain form of tool or kit. So I might talk about how I'm familiar with the model of the camera that I use. Or we might talk about how I'm familiar with Copenhagen in the sense of I know how to navigate my way around it. So I think this kind of practical familiarity we might talk about in terms of kind of a practical know-how. The second, this is a dodgy labeling, so apologies for this, but I'm calling for the moment affective familiarity. And Linus referred to this right in the introduction of today about the way that we sometimes use the word familiar in terms of something feeling familiar to us, but that has this like specifically like positive valence to it. So I might talk about how my home feels familiar to me. We seem to be getting something along the lines of like a warmth or coziness or a feeling at homeness that relates to that. And then this last notion, which is the one I'm going to focus on today, and I think is the one that's got picked up on most in the talks preceding mine, is this notion of epistemic familiarity. So I think this is when we're using the word familiarity to pick out a sense of recognition, that something seems familiar to me because I recognize or know it in some particular way. So we often talk about how we might be familiar with someone or something. Now, this is where I'm a bit worried about what I've called these things. So if anyone's got any better suggestions, that would be great. Because while I want to focus on epistemic familiarity, I just want to add a quick caveat, which actually really nicely links into what Jerome talked about this morning, is that when I use this notion of epistemic familiarity, I'm not trying to say that there's something that it's this experience that's completely divorced from affectivity. I think that when someone is familiar to me, that does have an affective dimensional component to it. So if you think about how different it is to see someone you recognize in contrast to someone you don't. But again, this is something Jerome has already done all the legwork for me, that the affectivity that I think is involved in epistemic familiarity doesn't have to be positively or negatively valenced. It can be both. I don't think it doesn't necessarily I like or dislike a person particularly. But I think the reason why I want to maintain this is that it seems that I can be epistemically familiar with my sister as well as, I don't know, my academic nemesis, while being really overjoyed to see one of them and extremely dejected to see the other. So that's just a caveat to say that although I'm calling it epistemic familiarity, I'm not trying to deny that there's an affective component. Now, more distinctions, I'm afraid. In this notion of epistemic familiarity, I was thinking about how we colloquially use this term, and it seems to me that there are two different ways that we use this notion of familiarity. So the first one I'm calling familiarity by acquaintance. So what I mean by this is we often describe ourselves as being familiar with someone or something in the sense of having some kind of specific or intimate knowledge of them or about them. So I might talk about how I'm familiar with my friend Shaylee. I've known her for 10 years. Or, oh, I'd love to take you to this bar that I'm familiar with from my student days. It involves a specific acquaintance with that thing. But at least in English, and I think this is very funny, is that we also use the word familiar when we want to indicate that something reminds us of something else. So actually here is specifically not denoting that I have specific acquaintance with that thing, but is indicating that we know something like it. So I might say something like, oh, that's super weird. That stranger looks really familiar to me. So I'm not directly acquainted with this stranger. It's not familiarity by acquaintance, but it's what I'm calling familiarity by resemblance. I won't say too much more about this. I suspect that familiarity by acquaintance and familiarity by resemblance sit on a spectrum with one another, rather than being two completely different notions. But I think when we're looking at this idea of whether we should caveat empathy and togetherness online with familiarity, it's really helpful to have these two distinctions. And this is why. So just to restate this claim that I'm trying to tackle, it's the idea that we should only allow for the possibility of online empathy and online togetherness when we are dealing with encounters with individuals who we are already familiar with from our offline lives. Now, why I think this terminology is helpful is we can already say that I think that this is what is being asserted, that I need to be familiar by acquaintance with someone. And that familiarity by acquaintance has to be grounded in the offline world before we want to allow for online empathy or online togetherness. So I think that's how we can start unpacking this claim. Now, why would we want to caveat the notion of empathy online and with familiarity by acquaintance with the other from the offline world? Well, what I've done is I've come up with 2 reasons, hopefully generous reasons, but we'll see, that might motivate this claim. And as I said, if you guys have any other intuitions about why familiarity is important or is a precursor for online empathy or online togetherness that I haven't captured, I would really love to hear from you guys. It's very odd to try and come up with an opposition to your own view for something that you don't have a strong instinct for. So the first motivation is what I'm calling the prior knowledge claim. So we might be concerned about online empathy because we might think that because it is just structurally different, that we might just not be sure that the person that we meet online is in fact a real subject out there in the world. So we might want to say that if we are already familiar by acquaintance with someone from the offline world, we already know that they are in fact embodied experience subjects. Whereas if we're not already familiar by acquaintance with someone from the offline world, we might kind of have this like lingering doubt about whether they really are embodied experiencing subjects of experience. So it's kind of motivated by this skepticism. So what we might want to say then is that familiarity by acquaintance with the other offline allays any doubts over whether the other is an embodied subject, rather than, for instance, a sophisticated AI bot. And then because we've got that kind of certainty, it allows us to empathetically perceive the other in this mediated context. The problem with this claim, though, is that empathy is actually meant to reveal the other to us as a foreign experiencing subject. If we need prior knowledge that the other is an embodied subject before we can perceive them online as such, then our perception of the other online is not in fact based on current empathetic perception. Rather, it seems to be a callback to kind of a remembered empathy that happened in an offline context. So I think if you go down this route, what you're actually saying is that we're not empathetically perceiving the other online at all, but inferring that the encounter I'm having online is with an embodied subject who I've previously met offline. So I'm tempted to say, and I think this is right, that if you want to endorse the prior knowledge claim, which you might want to do, we need to recognize that this isn't adding a familiarity caveat to online empathy. Rather, it's undermining the notion of online empathy altogether. And I think that if this is something you are concerned with, you would be better off to just reject my notion of online empathy entirely, rather than try and bring in familiarity as kind of a caveat to make it more palatable. I think these are incompatible, essentially. So the second claim I've come up with is what I'm calling the recognition claim. And so where we had prior knowledge claim was kind of motivated by skepticism. The recognition claim is being motivated by the idea that what I perceive on screen when I'm using Zoom or WhatsApp is just really different to what I perceive when I have a face-to-face offline interaction. So when I'm Zooming with my sister, I no longer have her in front of me kind of in the flesh, as Husserl would put it, but I see her mediated by a screen. She's kind of this weird 2D image. And things seem even worse if we go to like instant messaging, because I can't even see or hear her at all anymore. All I have access to is kind of the dynamics of her texting and the tone of her messages. So the recognition claim, at least as I framed it, is driven by this idea that what is needed for me to recognize what is on my screen as my sister's expressive behavior is familiarity by acquaintance with my sister, grounded in our offline encounters. So my familiarity with the way that she smiles, for instance, based on having seen her in the flesh, is what allows me to see the moving image on my screen as the mediated smile of my sister. I only perceive her text as having a certain tone and style because the dynamics and the phrasing and the tone are familiar to me because they mimic the way she talks offline. So we might cash this out in kind of Drexcius terms, that in order for me to see my sister as an embodied subject and an expressive subject online requires me to have familiarity by acquaintance with her offline. So we can cash out this claim in kind of the familiarity terminology as follows. I can empathetically perceive my sister's face on Zoom or dynamic texting only to the extent that what I perceive online resembles my sister's expressive styles and patterns offline. So her expressive behavior is familiar to me by resemblance in relation to her expressive behavior offline, which I'm familiar by acquaintance with. And that we need these to secure my empathetic perception of her. It kind of grounds my recognition of her. Now, at first glance, I think this seems like quite a reasonable caveat to add to online empathy. Oops, no, that's going backwards. Smiles on Zoom certainly do seem to resemble smiles offline, enabling me to grasp those online smiles as expressive of happiness. We might think that I experience the dynamic style of texting as expressive because of the resemblance between the rhythms of communication, both online and offline. So for instance, if someone, like the rhythm of excitement is often tends towards kind of frenetic and over the top, and that rhythm is the case whether I'm being excited at you face to face or over texting. But the texting situation is mimicking something offline. And we might say something similar about kind of the rhythm of frustration or annoyance, where messages turn kind of terse and matter of fact. So my familiarity with these general expressive styles from the offline world look like they might be playing a really important role in my empathetically grasping the other's expressive behavior and experience online. But, and I hope you guys have picked up on this, given that I'm using general terms and the word resemblance here, this does not require that I am familiar by acquaintance with the person I'm actually interacting with online. I can empathetically perceive a stranger's happiness when I've seen them smile in our Zoom meeting, even though I have never seen their real life smile, because it resembles other smiles that I have encountered. So for instance, if I see Jerome smiling at me on Zoom, it seems really weird to me to say that just because I haven't met Jerome in person, that suddenly I'm making inferences about his smiles in the way that I don't need to in relation to Linus, because Linus and I have seen each other in the offline world. Seems like a really weird bifurcation to want to draw to me. And again, I think we can experience, for instance, the instant messages sent by my landlord as terse and angry, even though I've never actually met him in real life, because the short, sharp messages that he's kind of rapidly sending me resemble offline styles of angry interaction. So it seems here that if we might want to say, okay, familiarity by acquaintance seems too strong, but maybe familiarity by resemblance seems sufficient. So as long as expressions online sufficiently familiar to me by resemblance to offline ones, that's all we need to secure online empathy. So to reformulate the claim, I can empathetically perceive others online to the extent that their expressivity is familiar by resemblance to expressivity in the offline world. But I think we should push the rejection even further. What about expressive styles and repertoires that appear online that do not obviously resemble offline ones? We are not brand new to the internet. We have been using forms of online expressivity, some people for a decade, me closer to 2 decades. And new forms of expressivity have arisen on various platforms. So we might think about new ways of kind of turn-taking that arise on Zoom that might be different face-to-face. The way we use punctuation and emojis to inflect one's tone in messages. I cannot fail but experience my father's text to me as extremely terse because he insists on ending every one of them with a full stop, which I perceive as being very terse. And also just other styles of kind of expressive normativity that have entered into our online interactions. So again, my mother likes to send one long text, which seems very odd and static compared to sending lots of short multiple ones. So to just situate this in an example, we might say something like, my perception of my landlord's anger when he's bombarding with me in text that are in all caps might be shaped and experienced by me as angry because they resemble the way that my sister messages when she's angry, not because of its resembling any specific form of sort of anger expressivity that's formed in the offline world. So the point being that being able to perceive as strangers of expressive experience online may well be informed by familiarity by resemblance, but I don't see why we have to commit ourselves to saying that that's grounded in the offline world. So that's why I want to push back at this kind of familiarity caveat in relation to online empathy. And this will be relatively quick, I promise, but I just want to finish things off by thinking about familiarity and togetherness online. So do we think familiarity might play a role in feeling togetherness with others online? Do we want to add the familiarity caveat here? Well, let's think about actual we experiences online. Now, I think if we're resistant to claim that familiarity by acquaintance is necessary for empathy online, then the kind of empathy grounding that is involved in actual we experience online also doesn't seem to require familiarity by acquaintance from the offline world. So I just want to use an example, a real world example of this. It's one I'm really interested in. There's some really lovely research coming out at the moment about online raves happening during COVID-19 as a way for people to experience being together with one another when we've been stuck in lockdown. And there's a lovely paper by a team based in Amsterdam who note that comment sections provide the engagement needed for creating social ties and feelings of community, as they enable participants to move beyond immediate interaction with acquaintances and communicate the audience in general. So I think that we can talk about watching a movie online or attending an online rave with strangers and experiencing a sense of togetherness with them, even if we haven't met them offline. We might want to extend this even further and say that I can experience a sedimented togetherness online that isn't caveated by familiarity by acquaintance in the offline world. But just to step back one step. So remember, this sedimented togetherness emerges from previous we experiences. So I can have this habitual feeling togetherness with my sister. So it follows that I can actually only experience sedimented or habitual togetherness with someone I am familiar with by acquaintance, because it has to be grounded in this previous experience. But the point being is that, sorry, I've skipped ahead onto the next slide. That if we're open to the idea that we can experience an actual we experience with people that we've only encountered in the online sphere, that then this online actual we experience could be sufficient to form the basis of a sedimented togetherness online. So we might extend our kind of online ravers example and say, well, imagine that they've had this rich we experience with others at this online rave, having never met each other before, and then they strike up a friendship that they can continue either over texting or Zoom that is suffused by this sense of togetherness. Right. That's everything. So I'll just do a quick summary because I know that was all rather a lot. So what I started doing was giving a quick overview of how I'm using the words empathy and togetherness. And I've given a really shamelessly short overview of why I want to defend the idea that empathy and togetherness can occur online in certain online interpersonal encounters. And then I've tried to capture this challenge of familiarity that I've been met, this idea that we should caveat empathy and togetherness online to only people where we're already familiar by acquaintance with them from the offline world. And I've hoped to come up with some generous motivations or claims for why we want to add familiarity. But I've actually then tried to attempt to resist the familiarity challenge, both in relation to online empathy and online togetherness. And kind of the overriding point is, it might be the case that people are right. Maybe we really do want to hold on to familiarity. And I'm fine with people arguing that, but I suspect that actually, if that's what you want to say, I think you should just reject what I'm saying outright. I think adding familiarities to the mix, I just don't think these are compatible with the notions of empathy and togetherness that I'm using. So I think that if that's what you want to say, I think you're going to just have to reject me altogether. And I'll end on that cheery note.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Very clearly presented and entertaining as always.
Thank you.
So we will now open the floor to questions. And the first question we have comes from Francesca.
Yes, thanks a lot, Lucy. Thanks a lot very much. There's a lot of stuff here to develop. And really, I love your talk. Thanks a lot. Well, I have two questions, maybe more, because I have to think about what the lot of things you have taught. But just the first two questions came to my mind. That in the example you gave about dynamic testing, I was thinking at examples like irony, because when you did the examples of all caps to shouting, this is very conventional. So we have some rules that we know, everybody knows in online and in text dynamics, messaging. But in the case of irony, there's not conventional meaning that is, whether in another sense, we have something like familiarity by acquaintance, because we share some conventions also in online settings. And that's the first question. And the other question is, are we really sure that we cannot experience this shift between familiarity by acquaintance and familiarity by resemblance also in offline, in everyday life? I give you an example. I played the piano with my father, and playing there in that contest, in that linguistic game, with that convention, I feel that there was a familiarity. And in other contests where we played, I feel familiarity by acquaintance. But when he went to my PhD discussion, it was like having a stranger there. Okay, kind of another father there, and I look at him like a family for resemblance to my father that I first know as familiar by acquaintance. So maybe we don't need to switch from offline to online to have this passage. That's the last question.
Thanks
a lot.
Thank you so much. Those questions are perfect, and allow me to pull a move I've learned from Luna this week, where I can say in the full paper, I actually start off this discussion with talking about how familiarity by acquaintance and familiarity by resemblance does play an important role in empathy in our offline world. It was just, if I included that, you were going to get me monologuing for like 2 hours for the whole 9,000 word paper. So I actually, if you don't mind, I'll start with your second question, because I think then we can use that to engage with your first question, both of which are great. So my original thinking about familiarity was based in this offline context. Now I want to make a similar move, where I want to say that familiarity by acquaintance cannot be necessary for empathy. Because if I have to be familiar with you to empathetically perceive you, I would have had to have recognized you in the first place, like as an experiencing subject. So I need the empathy. We end up in like this weird chicken and egg situation where to be familiar with you by acquaintance, I have to empathetically perceive you. So I don't think familiarity by acquaintance can ground empathy. Where familiarity by acquaintance is extremely important is clearly going to enrich my empathetic perception of you. The more acquainted I am with you, there's a very high probability that my empathetic perception is going to be richer, I see more, but also there's a higher probability of it going to be right. If I know that you actually, so this is an example I use in the paper. If my sister, for instance, typically gets super polite when she's in fact very frustrated, my familiarity with what she's like in those situations is obviously going to give me a better empathetic grasp of her than you meeting for her for the first time, where you might think she's being extremely cool and she just doesn't get bothered by people. And I can see that she's in fact irate because I know her very well. And then this is where we bring in normativity as well, is that clearly being familiar with other people is also going to be shaped by normative context. And I've actually used exactly a similar case where I was talking about, well, imagine me then seeing my sister at work, that actually my familiarity by acquaintance might lead me astray because I know her in a very specific sort of expressive context, and she might be very different in other contexts. So familiarity by acquaintance can enrich our empathy, but it doesn't mean it's perfect. And actually familiarity by acquaintance sometimes can like really lead us astray because it kind of involves thinking that people are going to be the same in all situations, or we risk stereotyping them in certain ways. So that's the bloated attempt of an answer in relation to your second question. I think then we want to transpose exactly the same sort of analysis to online encounters. I've kept things very broad, but we definitely don't want to say that there's one sort of online encounter. There's obviously loads of different platforms, but we also want to, I sort of tried to bring up the idea of like conventions and normativity, but we also don't want to just say that there's one set of conventions that applies to online either, or even online platforms. Different friendship groups, different cultures, different contexts are also going to have different sort of expressive styles and dynamics. So I'm hoping that in the paper I sort of engage with this in a little bit more sensitivity and nuance. And I think your example is a really good one. And actually, I mean, irony is such an interesting question. And what I haven't considered is, because I'm so busy just trying to get empathy off the ground online, is that the bigger project are there certain modes of expressivity that are really, really difficult to empathetically perceive, particularly when we're looking at something like texting, for instance. And I think irony is a really like a challenging one. And so maybe the more subtle argument is, yes, empathy online a bit, but maybe not everything. And hopefully where I will go in the project is actually, once I've convinced some people that I am at least a little bit right, introducing that sort of nuance. So thank you for that example. I'm going to shamelessly put that on my list of things to think about in more detail.
Thanks a lot.
Jerome?
Yes, thank you very much for the talk. I enjoyed it as well. So I was wondering, I mean, one often says that you can empathize with fictional characters. I mean, although of course you don't see them, and you don't, I never received any message from Madame Bovary, I'm afraid. But still, I mean, people say that we can empathize with a fictional character. And it's not exactly your notion of empathy, which is less imagination based and more perception based, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, perfect.
But I was wondering whether you would agree that the resource of imagination might be more solicited or called for in the case of, yes, intuitively more indirect way of interacting with non-fictional characters through, I mean, text messaging, for instance. So would you agree that the role of imagination may be stronger, maybe more salient, I don't know, or would you insist that it's really a case of perception, I mean, perceiving the other's mental state?
Mm-hmm. I have a quick answer and then a less quick answer. So quick answer, yes, I think. Particularly, let's stick to texting examples, because that is the harder case, is that I think that I would want to maintain that often what is happening is that I would like to say that when my sister is messaging me, particularly when it's got this like dynamic interactive component, that I do empathetically perceive her as a subject, and I'm experiencing some of her expressivity. But I think it makes sense to say that in a lot of scenarios, it seems very plausible that I have a much more limited kind of perceptual object. I only have access to her through certain sensory modalities that I can't hear her, I can't see her. Questionable how important sort of taste and smell are, but like it definitely looks like there might be a slightly less rich perceptual field there. And I think imagination is a really good point, is that I think what this might lead you to say is, well, maybe I can empathetically perceive my sister a little bit, but like the gaps of what I don't know are going to be a lot bigger, and maybe we need to use more of our other sort of social cognition tools, because I don't just want to be getting that low grade. I want to like work from there, maybe imagine or what else is going on. And I think what's important about that is it also might introduce the idea that if we've got this less rich field, and that if I'm introducing a lot of imaginative work on top of my empathy, that there might be a lot more room there for me to get it wrong, which I think also maps onto a lot of people's experiences. That I managed to make my short answer long. Now, when the kickback, I want to say, because I want to say yes, mostly, but I also would want to be sensitive about who's using these mediums. So I think one of the failings of phenomenology is that in aiming for universal structures of experience, often we're not sensitive enough to who is doing the perceiving and who is being perceived. So there might be certain people who, for instance, find face-to-face interactions extremely sensorially overwhelming. And if that is the case, it's not clear to me why that would involve a better or richer empathetic perception of the other. So I want to maintain a small caveat there, which is basically it might depend who we're talking about and how they actually experience the face-to-face, and moving towards that more nuanced picture is going to be really important when we move from just looking about how we experience other people online to discussions about whether online is good or bad for sociality. And again, I think you see a familiar and depressing state of affairs in those discussions, is that the who is being talked about is nearly always a white privileged, usually male, maybe female, but still white privileged person who enjoys face-to-face interactions. And that certainly doesn't capture everyone. So I guess my answer is yes, but.
Okay, while the others, Sonia, you have a question. Okay, then I will wait.
Sorry, Linas, I'm doing it all the time that I just steal your question before, but I'll be very quick. So first of all, thank you very much. It was very interesting and lovely, and I really enjoyed it. More than a question is suggestion, or also a kind of little provocative statement against people who just try to reject your account. I mean, I'm not here to judge anything, but just I was thinking about randomly Instagram stories. I don't know if you're going to analyze it in your paper, but I was very curious about this kind of phenomenon, because I think Instagram is a very complex social media which allows a much more complex communication and allows also for a stronger building of feeling of familiarity. If you think about people who have a lot of followers, thousands of followers, they call them family. Good morning, family, in their Instagram stories. And I was just wondering, do you think that it can be that Instagram stories can build a stronger level of familiarity than real life? Because I mean, you don't carry people with you every day, every time. You don't show people in real life everything you do in normal life, but through Instagram stories, you can do it. I don't know if it's good or bad. I'm not here to tell this, but don't you think that it is created, or it can create a stronger feeling of familiarity, or familiar boundary between people, just because it allows you to show people everything you do during your day. It's just a, yeah.
Yeah, lovely example. I guess I would want to say, I don't think Instagram per se allows for a stronger feeling of familiarity, full stop. I think the way I would want to talk about that is Instagram, in giving us access to people that we might not otherwise have access to, that it can very quickly give us a sense of, and a real kind of familiarity by acquaintance with someone, at least the someone that they're presenting. In a way that we wouldn't do normally. I think where I would want to hold back is, do I want to say that, I don't know, my feeling of familiarity with like Dungeons and Dragons players that I follow on Instagram is stronger than my familiarity with my sister? Not necessarily. It's just that it strikes me as unusual, because normally I wouldn't be able to have any access to them at all. But I think this is a really interesting case in terms of thinking about how things like parasocial relations might arise, is that actually if we have a certain level of familiarity with people that really imitates familiarity that normally only arises face to face, when it kind of requires at least an intimate level of connection, not necessarily a positive or negative one. I can obviously be very familiar with someone I hate, but a frequent exposure to them. And so I think that there might be a really interesting discussion there about familiarity and parasocial relations and how those work. So that's kind of a half answer, but it's a really lovely example. And gets at notions of appropriateness as well, which I haven't touched upon at all.
Thank you, Lucy, for your question. And oopsie. And yeah, I think it's 3 p.m. I don't have the time to ask my further questions, as the others also don't have. But don't forget that we still have the plenary discussion to further discuss our questions. And let's thank Lucy again for a great talk and the discussion. And let's go to a very short and, again, undefined break of 15 minutes before we reconvene for our last, but not the least talk. No, it doesn't make sense. But anyway, the last talk of our session today. And yeah, see you soon.
And thank you everyone for your
Thank you. Thank you. See you soon.
Hi, Sonia. Am I able to share my screen when the time comes? Am I a co-host?
Yes, yes, of course you are. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so welcome everyone to the third talk of our afternoon session today. And I'm pleased to introduce our third speaker of the session, Luna Dolezal. And she's an associate professor in philosophy and medical humanities at the University of Exeter. And in her current research, she is primarily focusing on three interrelated themes, which are shame and self-conscious emotions, embodiment and self-other relations, and emerging medical and body-based technologies. And Luna is currently also working on a book project called The Politics of Chronic Shame, in which she explores the social and political dimensions of chronic shame with the focus on its phenomenology. And today we will hear her paper that is, I think, co-author with her PhD student, Gemma Lucas, and which is called Social Distancing as Familiar and Unfamiliar, Considering an Alienated Embodied Communication and Racism.
Thanks, Linus. I'm going to share my screen. So 1 second, everybody. Right. I just bumped into Lucy and Lillian in the hallway because we're all at this event in separate rooms at the same place. And just made my apologies to them for my talk, because this talk is written with my PhD student, Gemma Lucas, who is doing her PhD in cultural geography. So she's not a philosopher or a phenomenologist, but it's also part of a research project that I'm working on, or that I'm the PI on, that's funded by the UKRI AHRC, which is called Scenes of Shame and Stigma in COVID-19. And this project is a collaboration between myself as a phenomenologist, a historian, and a literary scholar. And we're looking at the year 2020, the UK, and how shame and stigma arose or were exacerbated from or created by public health intervention. So this talk is about social distancing, and actually not about shame. So most talks I give are about shame, but about stigma, I guess, experiences of embodied stigma and how they're related to the particular public health recommendation of social distancing. So it's an interdisciplinary project, and all of my phenomenological philosophical work in this project is I suppose, broadly speaking, applied phenomenology, but this is sort of phenomenology light, even though I draw from some of the classical ideas from Merleau-Ponty and others. Okay, I just need to get my talk up on my phone. Here we go. So yeah, I just want to credit my PhD student, my wonderful PhD student, Gemma Lucas. She can't be here today because she's on leave, but I'm presenting on her behalf as well. So this was definitely a collaboration with her, and her insights through cultural geography, which were really useful for thinking this topic through. So the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted existing health inequalities where individuals from socially and economically disadvantaged communities are disproportionately impacted by the virus. The evidence clearly demonstrates that infection and mortality rates are higher for individuals from minority ethnic groups, for those in lower socioeconomic communities, and for otherwise marginalized or socially disadvantaged groups. So these groups generally have higher levels of risk factors as a result of inequalities in exposure to what are called social determinants of health, where the environments and conditions within which individuals live, work, grow, and age, such as their place of employment, their housing, their access to goods and services, their access to healthcare and food scarcity or security, result in inequalities in chronic conditions. And these in turn increase the severity of COVID-19 infection. So it has been clear for the last 18 months or so that the virus is and has differentially impacted various populations and differentially situated bodies. However, the differential impact of COVID is not merely centered around the kind of biological, physiological aspects of the pandemic, such as infection, illness, and mortality rate. So as I will explore in this talk, the public health measures of social distancing, which include lockdown, social isolation, stay-at-home orders, shielding, and behaviors that have been introduced to curb the spread of the virus at various times, have in fact had a differential impact on the lived experience of individuals in ways that are again co-determined by pre-existing social inequalities. So social distancing, 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Oh, sorry. So we need to skip, and then come back. So social distancing has been the primary public health intervention used to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. And the central logic behind social distancing measures is to isolate human bodies and break the chain of transmission of the virus. So under this logic, human subjects have been rendered biological entities, that is physical bodies that may or may not be carrying the virus. One's social position, gender, ethnicity, race, or health status is not figured in these practices, which effectively treat all bodies as equally dangerous, so as potential disease spreaders, or as equally vulnerable as potential victims. However, as socially situated and enworlded subjects, we are not homogeneous, nor merely biological entities, nor are we equally vulnerable. So there's ample evidence demonstrating that social distancing public health measures put in place to curtail the spread of COVID-19, things like lockdowns and quarantines, which many of us have experienced, in themselves exacerbate social and health inequalities. So in this talk, we draw from critical phenomenological literature on embodied experiences of racism to demonstrate and to explore the striking similarities in the phenomenological experience of the embodied communication of racism. So drawing from work from critical phenomenologists like Frantz Fanon, George Yancey, and Helen No, to look at the similarities between the embodied experience of racism and the new embodied rituals of COVID-19 induced social distancing. So in doing so, we demonstrate how conceptual resources from critical phenomenology are useful for elucidating the embodied experience along with the politics of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I mixed up my slide order here. So critical phenomenology is a theoretical approach which combines insights regarding embodied lived experience with analyses of social phenomena, socio-political phenomena, and the power relations which frame and shape that experience. So following from the pioneering work of 20th century phenomenologists Simone de Beauvoir and Frantz Fanon, who coupled phenomenological inquiry with analyses of how uneven distributions of social power shape lived experience and one's concomitant social and political possibilities, critical phenomenology foregrounds experiences of oppression, marginalization, and power. So as Lisa Gunter, who kind of coined this phrase, argues, critical phenomenology aims to render salient, common, and invisibilized forms of injustice through interrogating the familiar as a site of oppression, and demonstrating how social structures such as white supremacy, patriarchy, and heteronormativity, for example, constitute not only the norms of our life world, but are also deeply constitutive of who we are and how we make sense of things. In this way, critical phenomenology is both a philosophical practice and a political practice, which aims to effect liberation from the structures that privilege, naturalize, and normalize certain experiences of the world, while marginalizing, pathologizing, and discrediting others. These structures, as Gunter points out, are both out there in the world in the documented patterns and examples of heteropatriarchal racist domination, but they are also intrinsic to the fabric of subjectivity and intersubjectivity, as she says, shaping the way we perceive ourselves, others, and the world. So in this paper, we use critical phenomenology to engage with writing from Black and minority ethnic commentators, writers such as Lisa Braxton, Matthew Vernon, and Lord Simon Woolley, who have described striking similarities between COVID-19 social distancing measures and the routine and familiar experiences of racism that are ongoing for minorities in white dominant societies. So we highlight parallels and similarities in the experiences of social distancing and racism, and the consequent differential experiential effects of this particular public health measure. So while social distancing can be alienating and isolating and painful for individuals who occupy positions of social privilege, we argue that it will not be experienced in the same manner by those who routinely experience marginalization, especially as a result of racism. So our aim is to reflect on how ongoing experiences of stigma, shame, and marginalization can shape how social distancing is registered as a familiar experience or as an unfamiliar experience on the embodied and existential level. So phenomenology can help elucidate how some of the changes in daily life that arose during COVID impacted, and in some cases continue to impact on the fabric of our lived experience. Specifically, we're interested in considering, as I've said, social distancing measures and how they have modified social aspects of what the phenomenologist Merleau-Ponty has termed or terms intercorporeality or intercorporeity in his later work, and how this in turn may have consequences for our lived experience and overall well-being. So intercorporeality, I'm sure you're all familiar with this concept from Merleau-Ponty, signifies a complex layer of embodied responsivity, expressivity, and communication with subtends intersubjectivity. What this means is that beneath our explicit individual subjectivity and our relations to others through intersubjectivity and sociality, both of which involve communication and relations between self-aware subjects, we find intercorporeality. Merleau-Ponty figures intercorporeality as a primordial relation with others that underpins conscious life. And his account of intercorporeality can be read as both ontological and existential. So he's concerned to understand how others through their bodies are part of the fabric of our being, so an ontological layer of consideration. And at the same time, he's interested in providing a rich description of the actual lived experience of our necessarily social existence, so the existential layer. So intercorporeality forms a bedrock from which consciousness and self-other relations are possible. To use some of Merleau-Ponty's language, it signifies a primordial kinship between human bodies. And starting in early infancy and continuing throughout adulthood until death, intercorporeality is continually constitutive of subjectivity, intersubjectivity, and conscious life. And the critical phenomenologist, feminist phenomenologist Rosalind Duprose reflects on kind of existential intercorporeality in this way when she writes, the self is produced, maintained, and transformed through the socially mediated intercorporeal transfer of movements and gestures and body bits and pieces. Bodies as they are lived are socially constituted, built from an intertwining with others who are already social beings. Hence, intercorporeality can be understood as a tacit communication between bodies that involves an entanglement of self and other on an ontological level, while also on an existential level when considering intersubjectivity and sociality. So most of our encounters happen unthinkingly. We walk past a stranger in the street, or we stop to chat to a friend in a shop, or we stand in a queue at a bank. In these situations, we know without any sort of reflection or deliberation, or at least most of us do, how to manage bodily encounters such that a basic social harmony is maintained. As Merleau-Ponty is at pains to emphasize, when we encounter other human bodies, we don't have to engage in any deliberation about their existence, their status as subjects, nor engage in any mind reading. Instead, our bodies instantaneously enter into intercorporeal communication with other bodies. The other's body speaks directly to my body, which responds directly. In this way, for Merleau-Ponty, the social world is part of the fabric of our bodies, not something that we discover through reasoning or reflection. And this intercorporeal communication between bodies is possible on the level of sociality because we have shared vocabularies of body idioms, to draw from some terminology in the sociologist Irving Goffman's work. So this means that our social lives are governed by conventionalized forms of non-verbal bodily behavior, which we all subscribe to without any conscious reflection, conscious choice or reflection. And with parallels to Bourdieu's notion of the habitus and Marcel Mauss's account of body techniques, Irving Goffman posits that embodied social life is governed by interaction rituals, as he calls them, that form an invisible backdrop to our agency, intentions, and actions. And of course, these idioms and rituals are learned tacitly through socialization. They are sedimented into our body schemas and involve certain styles, to invoke Merleau-Ponty's phenomenology, becoming the invisible fabric of our intercorporeality, so thoroughly taken for granted that they are effectively rendered invisible. So the point is that face-to-face social distancing has dramatically transformed this fabric of embodied social relations, or in some cases still has, for all individuals. So by disrupting the ordinary flow of embodied social relations, social distancing created a modified intercorporeal reality wherein all individuals, regardless of their social position or status, were dislodged from the usual taken for granted fabric of embodied social relations. So this has interrupted, so to speak, or modified the horizons of our lived experience in significant ways. So during times of social distancing, we could no longer take for granted the ordinary flow of social and embodied life. We navigated the world with a heightened self-consciousness of the body, perhaps a suspicious wariness of others, often leading to reduced positive social contact and a heightened sense of our own bodily vulnerability. The sedimented bodily habits that govern face-to-face social life morphed to accommodate this new social distancing, these new social distancing rituals, which choreographed ordinary activities such as passing someone in the street, or browsing supermarket shelves, meeting a friend, walking through a park, or queuing in a post office. So the take it granted, there's an image of some social distancing. So the taken for granted flow that characterized most of our intercorporeal relations became an alienated bodily communication, which we might think of as constituted through an engagement with another person's lived body in an alienated manner, regarding or treating them as though they are potentially contaminated biological object or obstacle, a body, rather than a social subject. And likewise, we may experience, or we may have experienced ourselves treated in the same manner as a potential source of infection, rather than as a potential conversation partner, for instance, to draw from some writing from Javier Carrel, Matthew Ratcliffe, and others. So the biologically reductionist perspective orienting this new body idiom meant that we gave bodies a wide berth regardless of their status or situation. So all bodies outside of our own household potentially were a threat, especially and potentially contaminated. And in public spaces, thinking in a UK context here, there was no touching, there was little eye contact, often a mutual discomfort, often a hushed and serious atmosphere. We were wary of all bodies because of the invisible illness that may or may not have been lurking within them. So bodily communication was characterized by a stultifying self and other consciousness within a disconcerting atmosphere of suspicion. So while early phenomenological analyses of social distancing explored to some extent normal pre-pandemic social and embodied life and how that contrasts with the abnormal or new normal of social distancing and lockdown conditions, to draw from Javier Carrel, it is striking how homogeneity of normal social embodied interaction underpins many discussions of the disruptive effects of social distancing measures. In fact, the interruptions and profound changes to our freedom of movement, sense of time, and the sense of trust and certainty in the world, while no doubt novel for many of us, have long been embodied realities in various forms for others. The COVID-19 induced face-to-face social distancing is not the first example of an interaction ritual that is dominated by avoidance, fear, and distrust. So the new, so thinking about social distancing as a familiar experience, the new COVID-19 induced socially distanced intercorporeality is or was a very familiar bodily experience for many people whose bodies are perceived to be suspicious or dangerous as a result of, or for example, their race, class, or disability. Indeed, numerous Black writers have argued that the inequalities in how COVID-19 is or was experienced is more of the same. And the alienated bodily communication of COVID-19 induced social distancing is nothing new. In short, being seen as contaminated and experiencing the wary avoidance of others may be familiar to people whose bodies are marginalized, stigmatized, or marked out as suspicious or dangerous, and whose life experience as a result were already marked by ongoing experiences of stigma, shame, and marginalization. And of course, in the critical phenomenology literature, turning to who is often called the father of critical phenomenology, Frantz Fanon, his phenomenologically inflected account of anti-Black racism in the 1950s describes precisely this sort of experience. In his classic work, Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon writes eloquently of his experience of being a Black body in a, as he calls it, a white world under the legacy of colonial power relations. Rather than experiencing his body as a social subject in the unthinking to and fro of embodied social relations, Fanon experiences his body primarily through a highly objectified inferiority characterized by an alienated intercorporeal communication. Sorry, this is a long quote. It's a kind of conglomeration of several quotes from Black Skin, White Masks. In chapter 5, The Fact of Blackness. So he writes, and then the occasion arose when I had to meet the white man's eyes. An unfamiliar weight burdened me. In the white world, the man of color encounters difficulties in the development of his bodily schema. Consciousness of the body is solely a negating activity. It is a third-person consciousness. The body is surrounded by an atmosphere of certain uncertainty, a slow composition of myself as a body in the middle of the spatial and temporal world. I discovered my Blackness, my ethnic characteristics, and I was battered down by tom-toms, cannibalisms, intellectual deficiency, fetishism, racial defects, slave ships. Completely dislocated, unable to be abroad with the other, the white man who unmercifully imprisoned me, I took myself far off from my own presence and made myself an object. My body was given back to me, sprawled out, distorted. The Negro is an animal, the Negro is bad, the Negro is mean, the Negro is ugly. I move slowly in the world. I'm being dissected. Under white eyes, the only real eyes, I am fixed. Shame and self-contempt. So Fanon's prose reveals how the Black man's body is objectified, stereotyped, and judged negatively under what he calls the white man's eyes, leading to a persistent negative evaluation of the self, characterized by shame and self-contempt. Instead of being a full social subject, Fanon describes how he is imprisoned and fixed within white social relations, reduced to an object. He is not seen as himself, but reduced to a series of negative racial stereotypes, rendered both hypervisible and invisible. The racist gaze of the white man's eyes creates, to quote Daniel Petherbridge, overdetermined perceptions which are ultimately desubjectifying. Under the racist social order dominated by a belief in white superiority, Fanon's Black body is marked as contaminated and disgraced, an object to be shunned and avoided. So Fanon's evocative prose reveals that experiences of racism, marginalization, and stigmatization are communicated and experienced on a bodily level. Not only does the marginalized subject experience racism through his or her own body, as his account highlights, racism itself is communicated intercorporeally through bodily communication. Fanon notes that it is, and I quote, the movements, the attitudes, the glances of the white others, that he is, through the movement, attitudes and glances of the white others, that he is fixed. Hence, it is in part on the level of existential intercorporeality that racism is communicated in face-to-face interactions. So George Yancey, another well-known contemporary critical phenomenologist of race, writes, deep-seated racist emotive responses may form part of the white bodily repertoire, which has become calcified through quotidian modes of bodily transaction in a racial and racist world. The Australian critical phenomenologist of race, Helen No, has just published a book called The Habits of Racism, extends Yancey's insights, arguing that racism, as she writes, is undergirded by a habitual bodily orientation. It is more deeply embedded in our bodily habits of movement, gesture, perception, and orientation. Helena highlights the broad, she says, broad class of gestures associated with embodied communications of racism, many of which enact a type of social distancing. In this, she includes the flinches, the tensing, the moving away, the panic, and actions like locking car doors, suspicious surveying in shops, pointedly crossing the street. These gestures reflect the comportment or mode of responding that has been sedimented in and been taken up by the body, supported by deeply embedded discourses and histories of racist praxis. In other words, these bodily gestures and movements are both formed and informed by the person's racist preconceptions, shaped in turn by the dominant racist norms, which infuse, which infuse the dominant logics of social interaction. So drawing from George Yancey, he's got a very famous paper from 2008 called Elevators, Social Spaces and Racism. And in this paper, he offers an evocative account of the bodily communication involved in racism, an experience which he terms the elevator effect. So he writes, well-dressed, I enter an elevator where a white woman waits to reach her floor. She sees my Black body. I walk into the elevator and feel her, and she feels apprehension. Her body shifts nervously and her heart beats more quickly, and she clutches her purse more closely to her. She feels anxiety in the pit of her stomach. Her palms become clammy. She feels herself on the precipice of taking flight, the desperation to flee. There is panic, there is difficulty swallowing, and there is the slight trembling of her white torso, dry mouth, nausea. With striking parallels to Fanon's account, and in much of Yancey's work, there's quite a lot of parallel to Fanon's work. Yancey's intercorporeal encounter with this white woman, as he calls her, is dominated by an overdetermination of what his body signifies. It is his body, as Yancey indicates, is already, as he says, supersaturated. And it's supersaturated with the negative meanings that are circulating liberally in their shared sociocultural milieu. So he writes, I feel that in her eyes, I am this indistinguishable, amorphous, black, seething mass, a token of danger, a threat, a rapist, a criminal, a burden, a rapacious animal, incapable of delayed gratification. And he concludes, as a result, that the woman in the elevator does not really see me. Instead, she sees a body which is first and foremost a threat to her own body, which is positioned as vulnerable. What Yancey describes here is alienated bodily communication, where instead of experiencing himself as being regarded as a subject in the to and fro of embodied communication, he experiences himself as objectified and dehumanized, much like Fanon experiences himself not properly seen as a subject. As a result, he experiences his Black body as reduced to a series of negative stereotypes, as he writes, a criminal, a racist, a threat, and perceives white people's reactions accordingly. So the white world that both Fanon and Yancey describe is one where we might say whiteness functions as the transcendental norm. So it is a social, cultural, political milieu dominated by the logic that characterizes, as Yancey says, and I quote, Black bodies or bodies of color as deviant, different, ersatz, raced, or marked. And while simultaneously positioning the white body as Danielle Petherbridge puts it, as the somatic norm. So this is a way to think about the white world. As a result, against an implicit understanding of white superiority in a white world dominated by the legacies of slavery and colonialism, racialized bodies are positioned within social relations as inherently other. They're stigmatized, contaminated, threatening, different, and vulnerable to negative stereotypes and discrimination. So while COVID-19 induced social distancing has been disruptive for all bodies, the disruptive effects on lived experience are not homogeneous and are differential. So for those who are habituated to the lived realities of anti-Black racism, as described by theorists, critical phenomenologists like Fanon, Yancey, and others, social distancing is, to reiterate Lisa Braxton, nothing new. So reflecting on the new realities of social distancing in the early days of the pandemic, Lisa Braxton highlights how the lived experience of racist gestures renders COVID-19 induced social distancing a very familiar experience for Black Americans. So I've got 3 kind of examples, which I'll go through now. So she writes, and she's a journalist, by the way. So she writes, "We've long practiced social distancing to keep ourselves safe and lessen our chances of a shortened lifespan, not because of a contagious disease, but because of racism. I have experienced white women suddenly clutch tightly onto their purse straps as I've walked past them on the sidewalk. Some have begun to visibly shake, their eyes growing wide as if terrified, if I happen to make eye contact with them in an elevator. I enjoy taking long walks in a park not far from where we live. And as a precautionary measure, I keep my distance from white individuals on these walks, slowing down or lingering a little longer on a footbridge overlooking the pond if necessary. In the supermarket, I steer clear of shopping carts in which women have left their purses unattended as they peruse the shelves." In another striking account, Lord Simon Woolley recalls an anecdote from the actor Jamie Foxx, illustrating George Yancey's elevator effect. So he writes, there's a lot of talk at the moment about social distancing and the body language that people are adopting since the coronavirus struck. A friend lamented to me, it was completely unnerving and a little disturbing to see the lengths to which people will now go to keep their distance. But many Black people have experienced this unnerving and at times dehumanizing feeling way before COVID-19. I distinctly remember the powerful anecdote the actor Jamie Foxx related. He said when he was in a lift wearing casual clothes, a group of white people entered and instantly shuffled to the corner of the lift to lengthen the distance between them until one of them recognized it was the Hollywood icon. Then they all relaxed and began laughing. Fox told his audience they all thought it was a bit amusing, but in truth, it wasn't. It was appalling. It's what Black people face all the time. Exaggerated physical distancing is, as Lord Simon Woolley argues, nothing new for Black individuals for whom the dehumanizing and crushing hurt of being made to feel you're less than, even in social spaces which we are all supposed to share, as he puts it, was familiar long before the pandemic. Hence, a different kind of social distancing has long been part of the experience of Black and other minority ethnic individuals in societies like the UK, where whiteness functions as a transcendental norm. For those who experience ongoing instances of stigma, shame, and marginalization due to racism, social distancing may be registered on an embodied and existential level, not merely as a disruption to social relations, nor as an act of social care, as many did experience social distancing, but a further intensification of something that, as Matthew Vernon argues, is a familiar feeling to most Black people. So he writes, you walk down the street and see someone wide approaching. They peek over their shoulder, seemingly to check for backup, and seeing none, flee across the street to the bubble of safety. Seeing the fear in their eyes and the hasty crab step to the side leaves indelible marks in the Black psyche. For me, it means a fear of public spaces that is at times difficult to explain to people who have never lived with this hypervisibility. Although the motive of social distancing is altruistic, the lived experience is like every other moment in which fear exacerbates the trouble of neglected groups. For Vernon, COVID-19 induced social distancing reveals, as he says, not just how socially distanced we have become, but how much we have been for a long time. Indeed, social distancing as a result of racism takes multiple forms and causes multiple harms. It occurs not only through the embodied communication of racism in face-to-face encounters, as Yancey and No highlight so clearly in their phenomenological analysis, but also through experiences such as segregation, discrimination, and devaluation within society. The social distancing that occurs because of racism in all its forms has had negative effects on lives, livelihoods, socioeconomic status, health, and well-being. Okay, and then just to conclude, so while the COVID-19 pandemic has created enormous challenges that have in unprecedented ways impacted populations across the globe. The degree of this impact is, of course, unequal because of pre-existing systems of structural inequality and how this registers on the level of lived experience, not only biologically and physiologically, but also via sociality and intercorporeality. The important work of critical phenomenology can uncover how subjectivity, sociality, and intersubjectivity are implicated with and created by these broader socio-political structures. So this means not only that infection and mortality rates have been higher for marginalized groups because of poverty, precarity, and other exposures to social determinants of health, but as we have discussed in this talk, people with lived experiences of marginalization and discrimination, such as racism, may be disproportionately negatively impacted by the embodied gestures of social distancing, as these are by no means an unfamiliar embodied landscape, but part of the familiar fabric of their sociality and intercorporeality. Thank you. Can't see anything.
Thank you very much for your talk. And I would now like to open the floor for the discussion. Lucy.
Thanks, Luna. That was just wonderful. I wanted to ask you to elaborate a little bit more on then what the differences are, because I think, I mean, the argument about ignoring the fact that many people live like this is horrendous, and it does speak from the position of where those discussions are coming from, and I think that's very clear. But I guess I wonder whether we want to also retain that there is also something that isn't familiar about it at all, that, you know, we're all in the same boat together, largely speaking, that while there might be worry about new habits being formed, there is also the hope of it, you know, us going back to normal and things like this, that even like, so I guess I was wondering that even when we're highlighting the familiarity of some people for this, it's also going to be still so important to retain that, like, that doesn't mean that we now all know what it feels like to be in a minority group and have our bodies treated in this way. So I guess I was a very open-ended question about what differences are still really important to emphasize, do you think?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And there's certainly not like a uniform experience. I think when we were delving into the cultural geography literature, there's quite a lot of cultural geography is like this discipline I didn't know much about, but it's people writing first person, essentially phenomenological accounts of their experience in really affective and emotive ways. So there are quite a few accounts of social distancing from cultural geographers, and a lot of, really interestingly, a lot of accounts of how social distancing was experienced as care. So like people were taking care if they crossed the road or distance themselves from their body. So the behaviors and the embodied gestures were the same, but how they were read and experienced, the kind of the habitual, I guess the habitual landscape of the significance of these gestures it can be really differential. So it's certainly worth acknowledging those differences. And what was striking to us was that there was almost no, I mean, except in these accounts from Black African American primarily commentators, we didn't find any kind of theoretical or critical academic literature that was acknowledging that there's plenty acknowledging the disparities in terms of health outcomes and higher mortality and infection rates, but nothing about the experiential realities of what it meant to like live these public health measures. And yeah, does that address your question?
Yeah, definitely. I also was just wondering if there's a contingency as well, that in social distancing, my worry is that you might be a threat. Whereas when people go through the elevator effect, it's like, the mightness is a really generous way of reading it. That like it's you're reading bodies as a threat, not just a possibility of it, I think. So maybe
yeah, but it's also interesting, like in George Yancey's paper, The Elevator Effect, he's reading someone reading his body as a threat. So you have no idea what this white woman that in his anecdote is really thinking, and what she's really thinking about or thinking of him. But then he makes that quite clear, that it's like the habitual life of someone who lives with stigma and the anticipation of discrimination, the anticipation of shaming, is that then you read that everywhere, right? That becomes the habitual way you take up the world and take up self-other relations, even if it's not authentically or really there. So
yeah, wonderful. Yeah, really.
Thanks, Lucy.
Lillian?
Thank you, Luna. That was super interesting, and also so important to reflect on. I hadn't properly appreciated that that perspective. So thanks a lot. I also wondered about the elevator effect, and you quote Yancy as saying, "The woman in the elevator does not really see me." And so I was wondering if we can get to what it means to really feel seen through that example. So what would need to be in place for me to feel seen rather than not feel seen?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's something that Axel Honneth takes up in his work about recognition, and using these examples of where being seen through is also a way of being not recognized as a subject. So, and I think the kind of dialectic of invisibility and hypervisibility is common in these experiences where people are living with stigma or some sort of stigmatized identity, whether it's because of race or disfigurement or disability or something, where you kind of hyper visible in social relations, but kind of as an object, but then you're sort of seen through and invisible when it comes to considering you as a social subject. And I think yeah, it's a kind of a phenomenological experience you have when you are seen and treated as a subject, you're recognized. And there's something, I think, really interesting in Honneth's idea of recognition through a phenomenological register. Like, how does one know that that's happening? And how does one know when that's not happening? But I think the truth is we often do know, right? We often can perceive that in our experience. Does that answer your question? I don't have a kind of list of criteria, but it's something.
Yeah, I think it's just something I've been thinking about in the context of trauma as well, like why people might not feel seen in that kind of context. So I'm gonna ask you for the reference.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that was very interesting. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Lillian.
Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Dolezal. It was a pleasure again. My question is, I guess, looking for concepts. You were really embracing the embodied, implicit embodied quality of racism and so on. And my research project area is dementia diseases, and there I find some similar, how to say, the situation. There are the phenomenologists are really putting emphasis on embodied expressivity. For example, Pia Kontos, and she works a lot with Pierre Bourdieu's concept of habits and so on. And on the other side, we have like social constructivists working a lot with language. For example, looking for stigmatization. But in my view, it's a task to match both concepts, because both are looking for implicit structures, giving founding our sense of familiarity, to put it in the words of your talk. Is there some similar situation? Because I think it's still about words and bodies, not just one side.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I don't think we're like discursively constituted as well as like living in a spatial, embodied and social world. So I think there's never a way to separate those things out. And so when these Black thinkers primarily talk about inhabiting a white world, that's a world that's infused with normative structures and values and habitual ways of interacting interacting, which often occur through language. And racism has this implicit layer, which isn't just embodied, right? It also happens through implicit, it's also communicated implicitly through certain language forms and forms of expressivity. So I think that this kind of pitting social constructivist against phenomenological understandings isn't really constructive, that it's always going to be an intertwining of the two, and you have to look at them together, right? Yeah, I wrote a whole book about that actually, and then I argued that shame was the way that you could bring the two things together, because shame is like the thing that carries the discursive, the normative values, the words into our bodies. It's the way we kind of we embody and enact the things that become sedimented into language and other. Yeah, so I don't know if that actually speaks to this situation, but it was a way for me to think that through, how to bring those kind of those often seem like kind of conflicting accounts together.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Lucy has a question.
Does Francesca want to go first? Because I've already asked one. So.
Well, it was not really a question, but maybe it's just a reflection on the words you were saying, that also words and framing of how we experienced social distancing. And I was wondering whether there is a reason you were mentioning this kind of experience, whether the words in social distance can frame our experience. Why not spatial? Why they didn't call spatial distancing and social closeness? And why did they use this frame, social distancing? This can change a little bit the perspective or how people are seen.
Yeah, I mean, that's I hadn't actually thought about that, like even the term social distancing. Why? I think it's a term that was inherited from the previous pandemic situations, but I haven't thought about if there was a better term, because I mean, that one of the things that we're looking at in the project is how obviously the language of public health interventions, what things are called, having the idea of a patient zero, or that people are super spreaders, like how that's inherently stigmatizing and potentially produces shame and blame and name, shame and blame dynamics. So social distancing, I hadn't thought about that term in itself potentially contributing to these ideas of alienation and disrespect and misrecognition. So thank you, Francesca. It's a really good point. Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lucy.
Thank you. This was a more not a question, more an information question. Is what people like Yancey and Braxton, like, is there hope? Is this like by larger swathes of the population experiencing something that is very familiar to others? Like, is there hope that we learn from that expressed by these writers, or would that be just being horribly idealistic? And I was just wondering if that had formed part of this discussion about, do we learn from this, or does the very fact that most people think that this is unfamiliar and weird cement differences and really bring, like, do you see what I mean? Like, what gets brought to the fore from this discussion?
I think, I mean, I didn't come across any writing from writers like that in the kind of commentary or journalism that we looked at that talked about this in terms of being hopeful. I think there was a concern about the idea of the new normal, and that everyone had this idea that there was like an old normal that we were all part of, and now we're going to the new normal that we're all going to be part of, but actually it was eliding all of the differences, like those I've just described, I suppose, that people ordinarily experience. And I guess because social distancing was read by some as like an opportunity to sit back and read the LRB and go to the, browse the library on my own and do all these things, like they were just, it was like a positive experience for some people and read as care and concern when people cross the road, as I said before. So I don't know that not everyone had it as a intensely negative, alienating experience. So I guess the lack of homogeneity makes it much more complex, I suppose. But I guess the discourse of like the new normal, the old normal is problematic because it already implies a sort of homogeneity of normals. And that, I guess that's part of
right. And I think we talked about this a little the other day, that in Copenhagen, actually how quickly you then revert to our old styles, and that everyone has been so like, oh, this new normal with big scare quotes is that's it. And it turns out we're extremely flexible, and we've like, at least in Copenhagen, we've switched right back, which in some ways makes me feel very not hopeful, because it really speaks about how we can in fact change certain habits very easily, and makes the resistance to other changes in habits seem even more terrifying and depressing. That like I in some ways it speaks to the fact that habits can be changed, which rather questions why our habits aren't changing in other areas, I suppose.
But I also think it speaks to how deeply sedimented they are, because we had like a year of wearing face masks, and there's always this idea floated that we'll never go back, you know, we'll always wear face masks from now on. And that's like, you know, my experience in Copenhagen the last few weeks is like, that's clearly not the case. Nobody's wearing, just instantly revert back to this like it's not just your lifetime, it's generations of a particular habitual bodily style that's of course mutable and evolving. But yeah, there's some,
which seems to speak again, while it's important to recognize familiarity for some, that actually the unfamiliarity is really important to emphasize still.
And I think this is I think really interesting in the critical race theory, is like the experience of something like racism or trauma, to think about Lillian's work, can stretch through generations. So and the habitual embodied sociality that you adopt, you don't just inherit from your society, you inherit from your family. So it comes through lifetimes. So that's not just something you can change overnight.
Thank you.
I'm happy to stop the discussion and have more time for the plenary. I actually thought we were stopping it. Yeah, sorry, I got confused. I was looking at the text.
I mean, so if we don't have any more questions, we could move, but I see Sonia has one.
More than thank you so much for your talk. It was really interesting, and yeah, I have to think a lot about it, because I mean, I have to admit I never thought about this kind of new framework of thinking about social distancing from this perspective. So thank you very much for this. More than a question, I have a curiosity, maybe a kind of naive one, because I was reflecting on the elevator effect you were describing before. And I was just wondering, I was thinking like, okay, maybe that woman reacted in that way because she was together with the man in a very tiny space. I mean, can it be that this kind of reaction and bodily reaction could be also like influenced by the patriarchal structure we have, and not necessarily from the racist kind of interpretation of it? I mean, maybe it's just it's a very naive curiosity, but I mean, maybe I would have reacted the same way, but just because it was a tiny place, a tiny space with a male person, and yeah, so I don't know, this could also be a factor playing in this kind of, or both, as Eric is suggesting in the chat. So maybe this could also contribute to those kind of reactions sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's no way to kind of separate those experiences out. And Shannon Sullivan, who's a kind of critical race phenomenologist from North Carolina, she's got a 2015 book, which is all about how this isn't just happening like habitually and discursively, but it's also happening physiologically, and that we can't ignore the materiality of the body. So your body might just have a fear response, and you respond, it's not just your body schema doing something, but it's actually some like physiological substrate of the body reacting, and that's in the mix as well. So it's never going to just be one thing that, you know, who knows if she even had a reaction. It could have just been Yancy reading that into a situation, because that's 90% of the time that's what he's experiencing, so he's going to project it 100% of the time. And I'm really interested in these anticipations of discrimination, that how that they become often quite invisible, because it's like a present absence. You're anticipating discrimination, anticipating shame, you're anticipating stigma, and that guides your behavior in the present, your reactions in the present, even though nothing's happened, right? Even though it might not ever come to pass. And how that can just be so constrictive for how you live your lived experience, I suppose, or you experience your life. Thanks, Sonia.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, then if we don't have any more further questions, then we could thank Luna again for this wonderful talk, and almost finish the day and move to the plenary discussion, which is an opportunity for all of you to ask the questions about any of the talks of today, if you have any, and yeah, and just keep discussing. Sorry, Eric, go.
Yeah, I just have an impulse looking at today's talks to focus on not just only familiarity and togetherness, but the opposite, as Luna or Professor Dolezal did. And I think phenomenologists tend to do, like they look for some kind of universal structure of how it is constituted in general. And yeah, I mean, maybe there's a shift from this kind of understanding, but still I see it as a typical way of doing phenomenology, just thinking about how it is in general, and bracketing out a lot of diversities we find in our life worlds. And so maybe this is a task for next years. And I'm aiming on all fields you could imagine, right? Like ethnicity in my field, psychopathology, or and so on.
Well, just in response to Eric, I would say, like, yes. I mean, Luna and I were talking about this literally in the corridor, that I think that the fact that critical phenomenology exists and yet is often not talked about in lots of our spheres is problematic, and we do need to be more reflective about, like, thinking about the project of phenomenology is having these universal structures and thinking about who's left out of those pictures. And I'm increasingly inclined to think none of us have an excuse not to reflect on that a little bit, given how many writers are saying this. Right? I think it's something that should be in the back of all of phenomenologists' minds. Of, you know, if we're talking about perceptual experience, who's doing the perceiving, what's the context of it?
Seems that it was a very long day and everyone's a bit tired, but Sonia has a question.
Yeah, me again. I have actually a question for Jérôme. Now I'm just looking at my notes again. I was wondering, when you talked about the self-transcendent experiences, which seem to be solitary experiences having a pro-social potential. And I just, in my mind, popped out the phenomenon of aspect perception, as, for example, Avner Batz describes it related to Wittgenstein's philosophy. And because it is an experience which is actually a solitary experience, Baz says we can perceive aspects and we can invite other subjects to like participate to our perception, but sometimes we are not able to do it because other people are aspect blind, or we cannot express into words what we perceive. For example, with aspects, it means a particular nuance of a face or of an atmosphere, or a particular it doesn't need to be an object, but also a very abstract thing. And I'm always reflecting about the dimension of articulation in words. So how difficult it is to articulate this kind of experiences in words in order to invite the other person to join those kind of experiences. That's why sometimes it's not easy at all to let the other person perceive the aspects we do. And I was just wondering if you could say a little bit more about the articulation of this kind of self-transcendent experiences in order to have a pro-social potential. If it is necessary to have a wordly articulation, a verbal articulation, a conceptual articulation, or not, and if it is, to what extent it is difficult, and just to discuss this aspect a little bit more. Thank you so much. I don't know if it's clear what I'm asking. I hope so.
Yes, I think. Thank you for, and thanks to the speakers. I mean, today that was very interesting and very useful and helpful. I guess we have 2 weeks to write, to submit papers to Metodo, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a short time to take into account all of what I've heard today. But yeah, that was very interesting. Well, the claim that at least some self-transcendent experiences are solitary experiences is of course controversial. I mean, I asked many people about that, and actually intuitions differ, it seems. So I see 2 reasons why. So let's take the experience of the sublime, for instance. Okay, one reason for that can be invoked to motivate the claim that it is a solitary experience is that, you know, as Edmund Burke put it, it's an experience which fills the whole mind. I mean, which overwhelms you so much that you, in fact, you don't have cognitive resources anymore to think about the other. And if we adopt Miko's account of the feeling of togetherness, then you don't have the cognitive resources to actually experience that feeling while being overwhelmed with the sublime. So that might not be a very good argument, because you might say what is overwhelmed is not one mind, but maybe 2 minds together, or several minds together. I don't know. That is a path that can be explored if you're skeptical about the claim that it is a solitary experience. And the other reason people have invoked has to do with the idiosyncrasy of the experience. That is, the experience taps into probably, you know, very specific knowledge, habits, experience, cultural habits. For instance, if you look at now at a painting by what's his name? Caspar Friedrich. Okay, so you look at one of these paintings of, you know, this guy on the top of a mountain contemplating the clouds and the other mountains. maybe you think it's a nice painting, but I don't think that painting actually overwhelms you and triggers an experience of the sublime now. So it depends on the context, cultural context, but also maybe, you know, the kind of experience you had as a subject, something which maybe can't be shared because of that reason. So that's another very different reason people have given for the claim that you can't actually have shared experiences of the sublime or joint attention to the sublime. But that's controversial. But then your question was then about aspects. So you said that, yeah, wait, recognition of aspects might be idiosyncratic as well. I mean, it might be something that I can recognize because it taps into, so I have this experience of self-relevance, but that depends on my personal memories, of course. And the default mode network, by the way, is very much studied by memory, by psychologists of memory, because it's probably in part the seat of you know, autobiographical or personal or important memories. And of course, that differs from subject to subject. So we are not equal with respect to what can trigger an experience of the sublime. Although Emily Brady, at some point, who wrote this very nice book about the sublime, says the opposite. She says that the kind of entities that trigger the sublime are the same across history. Okay, so it's always the pyramids, the mountains, the sunset, and so on and so forth. And she says this is a stark contrast with the objects of experiences of beauty, which actually change a lot across history and cultural, socio-cultural contexts. So that, according to her, there is a contrast between possibly invariant objects that trigger experiences of the sublime, and very much variable objects triggering the experience of beauty. But that's her view. I mean, I think that the experience of the sublime is much more idiosyncratic than that. But yes. Sorry, I don't want to talk too long. So tell me if
Thank you very much, Jérôme. Thanks a lot.
Simone, you have a question.
Yeah, thanks. I have a question for Lucy that somehow is close to the remarks that were made by Professor Dokic and Professor Evans, actually. So I hope not to repeat something you have already answered. But before posing the question, I would like to take the occasion to say hello to Professor Altobrando, who together with Professor Alice Pugliese is the editor-in-chief of Metodo. So since it has been mentioned and it will host our special issue, to say hello and to thank him for joining us in the workshop. So now to my question, and then if Professor Altman wants to say something, I give the word to him. I guess when you made a distinction between familiarity by acquaintance and familiarity by resemblance, you were somehow echoing the famous Russell's distinction between knowledge by acquaintance and knowledge by description, by resemblance. And then I was wondering, maybe it's just a trivial question, but is it, in your opinion, possible a sort of a familiarity by description? I mean, a form of familiarity that is somehow gained through the usage of language. So I have two to an example. So one example and one sort of mental experiment. So let's suppose you read a very detailed description of a room or of a landscape in a book, and then suppose that it happens that you find yourself lively in front of that landscape or into that room. Would you think that would be possible, that you feel a sense of familiarity, although you was not acquainted with that kind of space, let's say? And the other example is, for instance, if I have a email exchange which lasts for, I don't know, years with someone I never met, but they can somehow recognize through our linguistic exchanges. Do you think that when I receive an email from her, I could feel a sense of familiarity with this within this relation that we do have, although again we've never met, and I cannot, I think, base myself on some resemblance. Thanks.
Thank you. That was a really fantastic and rich question. It also, my initial response was that maybe I don't want to use epistemic familiarity. Maybe what I want to use is perceptual familiarity, given that I was trying to carve out this kind of narrow notion that seemed, at least how I had been thinking about it, to be derived from some sort of perceptual experience. But I love your idea of familiarity by description. I think my instinct is that I want to say, yeah, that's like, obviously that is a phenomenon, but maybe this is why, maybe epistemic familiarity is then like, this is another sort of epistemic familiarity, and maybe my two notions were more perceptual based, whereas this is a description based. So I'm going for like the classic philosopher answer of like, yes, great new category. Maybe I want to keep those categories slightly separated for the purposes of what I want to do with those terms. But yeah, thank you. That is another notion of familiarity that I had totally failed to come up with on my own, and I really love that. I guess that if we accept that that's another category, I think that the answer to your second question will depend on how you understand the email example. So email is like a beautifully triggering example for me, because email's the one that I am still really struggling with. I have a fairly well formulated or worked out idea that while I want to extend empathy online to some cases of like texting experience, that maybe I want to retain more hesitance about email, because it is, I'm worried about like the temporal disruption, the fact that there isn't enough movement. I suspect empathy is deeply related to movement, but this is a very long-winded way of saying, like, I haven't quite carved the line in the sand where I want to say yes, empathy till this point online, but maybe not here. And I suspect that letters and emails start getting to a place where I actually wouldn't describe that as perceptual. And so if that was the account I was defending, then your email example, you could say, yes, you have familiarity by description that you experience when you meet them in person, but that's different to perceptual familiarity. If we didn't use emails, but used instant messaging, whereas I'm saying that that is a perceptual grasping of someone else, then yes, I think then I would want to say, yeah, maybe you do get enough a familiarity by acquaintance online that allows for recognition offline. But I think then the distinction of where you want to draw perceptual experience in these writing contexts is going to completely shape which side you answer your question around. And I think that really nicely highlights to a whole room of people where my thinking gets very fuzzy, and I'm still not quite sure where my commitments lie. I hope that gave like some semblance of an answer. It was a nice way of flagging the messy gray area that I'm still sort of working out. But thank you for adding another familiarity term that I can add to my list.
Thank you.
Andrea.
Hello, everybody. First of all, please, I would like to apologize for having connected so late. Today I had 2 courses, and so I finished only at 3 o'clock and connected as soon as I could. I'm very sorry for that. And I apologize with everyone, and especially with the speakers. And then I would like sincerely to thank Linus, Sonia, and Simone for having organized this very nice workshop. And I feel very honored that they chose to publish the proceedings, so to say, of this workshop on Mito, which maybe you know is a relatively new journal and is trying to make its way through the philosophical phenomenological world. And so I really feel very glad that they chose to do this, and I feel very grateful also towards all speakers and all authors who have accepted and are willing to submit their papers to this journal. It's for us really very important, and so I hope one day we'll be able to toast with you all in person to this new issue. We will have to wait a little bit longer, but thanks again for your availability.
Thank you, Andrea, for your very kind words. And it seems that I sense something very familiar in the audience, which is tiredness. And so I think if none of you have a question, which is not the case, because Marco would want to ask a question.
Can you hear me? I just wanted to thank everybody for the wonderful talks. Phenomenology is not really my field of philosophy. I come from a completely different world, history of philosophy. But I have to confess that it followed very well with the presentation, was wonderful. I learned so many things. And so thanks again to everybody. It was really insightful, each and every one of you. Thank you very much. That's my kind of honor from me.
Thanks a lot, Marco, and thanks for participating. But don't forget that we have a half day tomorrow as well.
Looking forward for tomorrow as well. Yeah.
But yeah, so anyway, so I think I would also like to thank for this lovely day and super interesting presentations for all of you. I mean, I didn't really even notice how the day went through. So I think that, at least to me, that's a sign of super exciting presentations and discussions. And yeah, so it seems that our experiment with the plenary discussion is not working out as we thought it would work. But anyway, so tomorrow, I would want to remind you that tomorrow we still have 3 more super exciting and super interesting presentations and discussions related with them. And also, we will have another slot of plenary discussion just before lunch. So hopefully you will remember, or you will have the power to ask your questions tomorrow. And having said all that, I think we could call it a day.
Yes, thanks a lot again. It was great. Thank you so much. And thank you, Linus, for this wonderful chair. I think we can just enjoy our Friday afternoon, evening, and meet fresh and happy tomorrow in the morning. So thank you again, really.
Thanks to the 3 of you.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
I still have a question.
Yeah,
Anyway, what the fuck?
Why didn't you pose your question? You had time to do it.
Yeah, no, but so I wanted to ask a question, but then Andreas
started with
the was kind of very naturally kind of ending the whole day, and I thought, my questions to Miko and Lucy, I can ask them
at the CFS,
at the CFS or tomorrow. And you saw that people were kind of super tired. So so I'm not sure if that was a good idea to kind of comply to the mood and kind of cut it.
I think it was fine. I mean, we were actually tired, so
yeah, I mean, during the Luna's talk, I was kind of, and then during the discussion, I was just like falling
asleep. Yeah,
it was like, but so how do you guys see the first day and how it went? And
sorry, I think we could.
And if we should